Okay, I think it's working now. There was an issue with my microphone not popping up, so sorry for the delay. I'll also explain why there was a slight delay in getting started. I know the schedule was for about 30 minutes ago, give or take, and it kept getting pushed up. I was trying to get some work done in After Effects to improve the stream intro video. I was going to add in the Jeopardy background I have, and I have also found another Jeopardy remix song that I thought would be an interesting addition as either part of the intro song or as a second song or as an outro song. Instead of it being dubstep, it's actually an electric guitar, and it sounds pretty decent. So, since I'm not creative enough to come up with my own shit, I'm just going to steal people's names, multi-million or billion-dollar properties, and just run with it because, again, it helps me stay anonymous because when you try to search for Ken Jennings to try and dox me, it makes it a little bit more difficult with all the extra search results. So let me go ahead and introduce myself proper. So my name is Ken. I am the host of Ken's Counseling Couch. Thank you for coming today. I look forward to this episode. It will be a really interesting one. Also, if anyone was paying attention to the episode number, it was originally episode 7, but it is actually now episode 6. I had planned this week to squeeze in a Rescue 911 stream just as a fuck it de-stressor, because this week has been hell. I've gone from having no AC and hot water to dicking with all that, putting everything back together, the house flooding again because there was an issue with the way the hot water heater had gotten set up, and some other shit. Like, it was just fucking hell. So today is, I didn't want to take away our actual topic, so I just changed the episode number. So hopefully no one saw it, or if they did, they don't care. I'm just trying to make sure I keep things numbered properly on my end, so that way no one gets confused if they're looking for material or if they're trying to understand, what we're talking about. So I know I got a good bit of subscribers over the last few days, thanks to Nick Rakita over at Rakita Law. I know I've been mentioned at the MGTOWN podcast hosted by Drexel and Tim, and also Dollhouse Phil. He pops on there as a guest every now and then, and him and I talk in the background occasionally too. He's a real interesting guy, very intelligent, a lot more intelligent than people would think. And believe it or not, our views align on a lot of different things regarding, for example, using sex dolls as a way to help reduce sexual offending. I think Phil and I have a pretty strong alignment in that area. So it's going to be interesting to see where we ever, if we ever get to play that discussion out, what it'll look like. So today's topic, so I'll be doing a stream today. Today's topic is on basically the brain and mental health medication. I'm kind of piggybacking off of the stream I did the other day and some content I contributed to the MGTOWN podcast on mental health meds and how they impact people. I was reviewing one of my textbooks for that stream, and I saw the intro section on it, and it goes over pharmacokinetics and the brain and other important parts and how drugs play a part in that. So I figured let's go ahead and do that because a lot of people are not familiar with actually how the brain works or how it matters, or what kind of damage or impact taking meds will have, if any. And so I don't want people to have, misinformation, if we were to use a certain type of a phraseology or language from certain other media outlets, not to make it political. So my goal today is to go over that. Depending on how long that takes, we'll either touch on some other subjects or we'll maybe watch some more Rescue 911 as a way to fill time to end the show. I've had a hell of a week. I've got my boss up my ass. I've got my own shit going on. But one of the things that I enjoy more than anything is coming out here with you guys, having a good fucking time. Nothing can take that away from me right now. I love it. So let's do that. Also today, because of the complexity of this topic, I have opened up. I should have it set up now. If it's not, it's going to be. There will be the live chat on the locals page that's opened up. So if you're on locals, you can join me on the live chat there. As I said in, I think, either one of the posts about this topic or in the scheduled stream or in a chat somewhere, this is a difficult topic. There's a lot of science. There's a lot of background that goes into it. I will do my best to answer chats from YouTube chat, but subscribers / supporters / fans, whatever you want to call yourselves, you will get priority in chats if you are a local subscriber. You can follow me on kenscounselingcouch.locals.com. You don't have to pay anything to follow me. You can follow me there, get updates, and keep, in touch, keep aware of what's been going on. Because I know sometimes things get busy for you, so you can get alerts for when streams are going to go out, when new things are going to come up. I've been trying to share a little bit more about my personal life, kind of work-related stuff without, going too into it. I've discussed different clients on air before, but obviously making it so they're anonymous. So, and I will take the first chat of the day from the YouTube chat and go ahead and post it. I will do my best not to say a gamer word. I am doing my best right now to finish getting some other things set up on the background to be able to pipe in like sound effects and audio. I have had issue with that. I was hoping to do some of that today, but I just don't. It's just been too stressful of a week. I was already running behind. I think I've slept 4 or 5 hours in the last 48. So I'm running off of hardly any sleep right now. But it'll all be worth it because you guys are the fucking best. I love that there's so many people out there who actually enjoy this. I don't know what I'm doing that's so special. If anyone knows so I can distill it and make it better, please let me know. Also, I want to take a few minutes here at the beginning to discuss a couple things. One, I'm doing this all by myself right now. If anyone would be interested in helping with like chat moderation or helping moderate my locals page, or wants to help in any kind of aspect like that, it would be greatly appreciated. I can't pay you anything at the moment. I have started to see a little bit more interest in people subscribing to my locals, but again, it's coming slowly. But I don't expect anyone to just up and start paying me money overnight. But if people want to contribute by like timestamping stuff or fan art, anything like that, or moderators, there's a few of you in chat that I see pretty frequently or who have been in almost all of my shows so far. I would definitely be honored to have you as a moderator or as someone in the background if you're willing to contribute your time. Again, that's your decision. Whatever you choose, I'm happy with. The fact that you're here couldn't make me happier. We've got 9 people spending their morning or / early afternoon on the Sunday to talk about drugs. So there's that. And then 2, I'm going to announce today. Please spread the word on this one because this is actually a topic I'm really passionate about. And it's probably a stream where you're going to actually hear me cry because it's just so difficult and painful of a topic for me. But on June 20th, which is in, how many weeks is that? In 3 weeks, so in 3 Sundays from now, June 20th is Father's Day. On Father's Day, I will be hosting a stream. I will be doing a stream that is about dads and how they get left out in a lot of things mental health wise. For example, fathers dealing with miscarriages, dealing with infant loss, child loss. They tend to get left in the dirt. Did you know that 8 to 10% of men, fathers, suffer from postpartum depression. Did you even know that was a possibility? Do people even consider it real? If you're asking those questions to yourself, then think about why you've never heard that till now. Why you've never heard the fact that men can suffer from postpartum depression. It can fuck up a lot of things. No one is immune to mental health. If I haven't made it clear yet, it's going to be made really fucking clear in a few weeks. I have dealt with 8 miscarriages between my wife and 2 of those with my ex-girlfriend. My first one happened when I was 18, 17, 18. And there's been so many since. Gone to fertility doctors, did IUI. So it's a topic I'm really passionate about because it was something that was a main driver for my depression for a long time. It's a very difficult thing to say out loud that I'm a father with no children, effectively, because all of mine have died or never made it to the world. So my goal with that stream in a few weeks is to share that guys do matter when it comes to family and when it comes to children, and especially with mental health. How is a father going to be able to be in a position to take care of his kids and his family, whatever that makeup is, if we're ignoring the fact that guys get depressed too? Guys deal with shit too. So please spread the word. It'll be on June 20th. It's probably start around 11:30, 11:45. I don't have it officially scheduled yet, but it will be getting scheduled. I would like anyone who has a story or information to contribute, or if there's any sort of people you have contacts with who would like to discuss that or are open to discussing that, either through coming on the show. If they want to send me an email, they can also do that. I'll be happy to read it out loud if they're not comfortable, sharing it, going back and forth. I understand it's taken me a long time to get to this point. I mean, we're talking over a decade to be between, because I've been married 10 years now, been with my wife over 10 years. And a lot of that happened initially, and it had a major impact on our relationship. I wish it didn't. It sucks that it had this much of an impact. I had to watch my wife hurt while being hurt as well. And one of the hardest parts about that too was I was hurting so bad, I wasn't able to support my wife like I needed to. And a lot of it was fear of, getting help, or there was other factors involved. I became, and I've always been a workaholic. So I'll drown myself in work. But I want to make this Father's Day of 2021 a day where we actually take time out and say, this is not just, oh, Dad, here's a card. Thank you for being my dad. It's, no, I want to thank you for being my dad. And I want to make sure you're okay for being my dad. And on the other side of it, of I'm going to be your father, I want to make sure I'm taking care of you. And by doing that, I need to get help, talk to people. I just held you for the very first time. This is too much for me. I'm struggling with it for whatever reason. I'm going to get help. Do that. That's the message I want to send out for this Father's Day is dads matter. Their physical health matters. Their mental health matters, and their emotional health matters. We cannot cast dads aside. Not anymore. I'm tired of it. I had to deal with the loss of, multiple children and have a lot of people not really too much to care. Oh, that sucks. It's sad. You'll have another one. You guys can keep trying. It's God's. Shut the fuck up. Don't tell me any of that unless you suffered it yourself. And, sorry, this is a difficult topic for me. Very passionate about it. So I'm trying to save that for its own stream, obviously, because I could sit here for 6 hours and bitch about this. Like I said, it was a very hard thing to go through. No one should ever have to go through that. Also, I have to, real quick before we jump into it, I want to thank a couple people because people have reached out to me on my email. Like I said, you can always send me an email. As always, I'll do my brief legal disclaimer. This is not a clinical session. I'm not your therapist. Seek professional help in your area. If you're not sure how to do that, contact me. I can help point you in the right directions, where to look for people to help you find the people that you need. This is not a confidential relationship. There's no confidentiality expected here. Again, even though that's not the legal case, I still will hold true to it, even if I were to get pressed in court for whatever fucking reason. 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗲𝗿𝗰𝗵𝘁𝘀 sues me, for example. I'll hold close to it as much as I can because people trust me with very in-depth things. Talking about being raped, your child dying. They just do not come easy. So here's what I want to do moving forward is I really want to get you guys involved in this too. Tell me how I can do that. I want you guys to be able to contribute. I want to hear your stories. I want to hear the shit you've gone through. I can sit here and tell you about me, but I'm one person. I can tell you some of the people I work with. But where I work, I have a specific type of client population. I've worked with other types, but it is nowhere near as completely diverse across income, race, society, all culture. It's not. Everyone deals with shit differently. Tell me how you dealt with your shit, or not, or how you didn't. So let me go ahead and get all the fancy shit plugged in and set up because I was running behind. And as I do that, I'll catch up with you guys. I hope everyone's been doing well. I know that the MGTOWN podcast guys on YouTube, you can check them out. That's Drex and Tim. They just celebrated their 5,000 subscriber goal, which is fantastic for those guys. I'm really happy for them. They've been also very helpful in boosting my numbers, getting more people over here. In fact, the stream I did with them the last day or two, I've gotten an email requesting, if I can help someone out or if I can be of assistance. They're dealing with shit. They're struggling with their own problems, and they haven't been able to find someone to help bridge that gap. So my goal is to, get people either in touch with the right people, or if I can help in a different way. I want to make sure that if you're coming here, it's not just entertainment. It can also have its own fun system to go with it, right? I want you to leave here and have learned something, had a good time, and if you know you're not doing so well, that you're wanting to take steps to do a little bit better. Again, I don't expect to go from 0 to 100 overnight. I never ask that of anyone. All I ask is you do your best, and the little steps are the biggest ones. So I think I've just about got everything set up. Let me get to the right parts of this document here, because it's it's over 400-page book from my medications in mental health class. So I just don't want to miss anything important from this stuff. I did not have as much prep time as I would have liked for this, so I apologize again for any dead air. So if you haven't studied anything like mental health or the brain or psychology, you're going to get a crash course in that today. That's not necessarily a bad thing. So what I'm going to do is we're going to talk about a couple different things as it relates to this. The first part's going to be the brain and how it works. So how does the brain communicate information? How do you know when you're actually sad, or when you're happy, or when you're falling in love? What actually makes those things happen? A lot of people take it for granted that there's so many complex processes at work just to get the feelings of I love you to kind of go through your body. That those rush of energy, excitement for a new partner, for a new person. They all come from different sources. Some are bigger than others, but they matter as well. So, one more second here, just setting up the pen tablet of autism, is I think the official name of our guest of my drawing tablet that gets used like a child would for my streaming. But it's actually been kind of helpful. I'm glad I bought it. So let me make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. I closed all the docs windows so no one doxes me. I turned off all the porn. Okay, everything's starting to look good. I mean, unless you guys want to look at that too. That's for the casting couch show though. I think that's what that one's going to be for. So also I do have cuz it got brought up and it's probably going to be its own topic, but there was a discussion on how the AAPA a while back, a couple years ago, set up standards for dealing with men and boys regarding masculinity. And I'm actually going to spend a stream or part of a stream going through that. It's not terribly long, so it might be like something I append to different streams depending on the length. So that'll be definitely a topic we'll go into, because a lot of times, and this was very apparent in the trans kids episode I did, because if you remember going through that, or if you watched that, as we were going through the law versus comparing what the actual standard should be, what they're actually supposed to do in these situations, either the law is purposefully, these proposed laws are purposefully being labeled in such a way, or people just have the wrong understanding of what's going on. I want to minimize that. It does not help anyone to have to deal with those kind of things, nor should you have to. It looks bad for you as a person whenever you show up to a discussion, or you participate in a discussion and you're completely fucking wrong because you got bad information. That's why I like giving people back the power of learning the information, finding the information. I'm not telling you to trust me. I'm telling you to trust how to find the information. That's what matters the most. So, all right. I think I'm ready to go. Yeah, sorry, I did get off topic there. So you're not the only one. So as of course, I try to do my best to, make sure that anything that gets brought up in chat, I'm trying to do my best to stay on top of. So you're not the only one going off topic. Oh, thank you, Word Bearer. So Word Bearer last stream, I asked him to look into an interesting case he was dealing with. So apparently that the documents were sealed in the DA's records because they didn't want to be made fun of by their local news. If you can reach out to me, Word Bearer, either send me an email, or if you have Discord, you can also follow me on Discord as well. I will add you as a friend. Just when you do send a friend request, just say, "Oh, it's so and so. I was trying to add you from whatever social. I was watching your show and I wanted to add you on Discord, just so I know, because I followed literally one Wall Street Bets Discord a while back after all the GameStop shit, and I've had so many stupid invites for other crazy shit, and it's been so frustrating. So please, just let me know so I know that it's you or whoever's adding me. Just like, hey, it's so and so. I watch your show. So real quick, I am almost done. Just adding one thing to one of my things on the back end here to help organize stuff, which never seems to work out. Okay. So let's get this puppy going, get this app open. Yeah, I think all the doxy stuff is closed. And again, if I do end up getting doxed, please don't take any of this shit personal. If you are trying to dox me, I'm not here to attack anyone personally. I'm trying to help people. To quote that one girl, I'm trying to educate you. Don't kick me out of my apartment, or don't kick me out of your house that I'm not paying rent on. I'm trying to educate you, but I'm not. Trying to have you educate yourself. Trying to have you solve your own problems. That's how I word things to clients. I'm not here to solve your problems. I'm here to have you solve your problems. I'm just a support structure that's there to assist with it. And also, sorry for this long-ass rant of whatever it is. Just trying to fill time as I work here to get things set up and running, which it seems to be, I think, where we're supposed to be. So let me just make sure I've got that set up right. I hope everyone's had a good weekend too, real quick, before we jump into it. I know there's been a lot going on for a lot of people recently, a lot of stress. Like I've had probably this whole month, it has been nothing but a giant, like, fucking buffet of stress that just random shit gets thrown off the buffet onto my plate and says, well, here's your water heater, here's this, here's that, here's job related stuff, here's other shit. Like, fuck off, just leave me alone. I just want time for myself. Just let me breathe. I just want to breathe. And sometimes it's almost like that's too much to ask, right? So I think we're at this. Here we go. So share screen. And yeah, because I got to share the screen so you can actually see the information. All right. Just double checking everything. Good. Here we go. So real quick, can I get some input? Do you guys prefer to have the entire window taken up with the screen share? Or do you like it like I have it now with like 80% of the window taken up by the screen share and then my avatar on the left talking? I didn't know if one looked better than the other, or if one was easier to see or read, or if you liked seeing the avatar talking to tell if I'm actually talking or not, or if it looks good from like a viewer perspective, like if you're skimming through videos to see that and it's not just a presentation. Again, I always welcome feedback. I will never say no to feedback. Okay. So you guys ready to learn? I'm about to educate you. Or as I said, have you educate yourself. So where is my PP ink tools? There we go. Yay. I've got the power. That's all that matters. Okay. So we're starting off with the neurobiology section. So this is discussing, so neurobiology is discussing the biology of the brain, right? So neuro being brain, biology, the rest of it. So we need to look at how the nervous system works on a cellular level because it matters a bit for how the rest of this stuff will function. So let me see. I got to pull up It's my shortcut keys for this because I never fucking remember. See, the way I've got my desk set up right now, I don't have my laptop is kind of far away, so I have room for my graphics tablet, so I can do the annotations, and it is what the fuck is a highlighting tool? So since I'm using this for now, I think I can work in here. Well, fuck you. I'm not trying to spell that. Highlights. Thank you. Okay. There we go. So we're going to be focusing on a few different parts of the brain, especially the nerve cells. So we have neurons here, dendrites, dendritic spines, terminal boutons, axon. Why is it highlighting gray? Wow, Ken, you're really fucking it up today. Can someone fire me and hire a better Ken? So we're gonna fire Ken Jennings and hire Jen Kennings. I have a keyboard, Twisted Puppet. It's just that there's not enough room on my desk for laptop, keyboard, and graphics tablet. Because I have like one of those desks that has like the small, I have like a big area, and then I have that little upper area that's like raised up where you would put your monitors. My laptop and my second monitor is sitting up there. I've got the graphics tablet in front of me. To my right is my audio equipment, so my amplifier, my interface, my microphone's off to my right as well. And my left has some other miscellaneous tech stuff up here I've been meaning to work on and go through. Plus, my wife has just left shit on my desk. So it's fun to say the least. So I'm managing, or I'm trying to manage. So let's try this again with orange as our highlighting color. So I'm going to highlight the key terms using the PDF tool. I think I can. I think I can do that, so I can refer back to it kind of easy, and then we'll go through the other stuff as needed. I just want to be able to refer back to them. So the brain is made up of a bunch of different things as far as parts, and it can get confusing. I'll be straight honest with you. Some of this shit has been a little bit faded because I don't think about it, because I end up having to break all this shit down into like an elementary level discussion when talking to clients or to parents or to even adults. Just say, there's this complex shit in your brain that spits out this result. So if I seem like I'm a little off on some of it, I apologize. So real quick, let me turn back that off. So if you, as you see here on the book here, which it's a great book, I'll make sure to talk about it, or I can give you guys a link to it, or please buy the book if you actually want a physical copy. The guys who put this together are fucking awesome. So the brain consists of 100 billion nerve cells. Think about that. That's a fuckload. Those are called neurons. So you'll see this term a lot. We'll refer back to it. And so the brain has a set of the structure of the brain. So you have the neurons, which are composed of a cell body, dendrites, axon, and terminal boutons. So you'll see the figure below when I scroll down. So the dendrites are the short branch structures projecting out. They receive and conduct information to the cell body. There may be one or more on each of the cells. There are extremely fine projections off of the dendrites called dendritic spines. Spines are usually where you'll see synapses at. The axons are the long fibers that ends in large structures called terminal boutons. The axon serves to conduct impulses away from the cell body. So within the lie a number of tiny structures responsible for moment-to-moment operation of the cell. Each nerve receives oxygen, glucose, and a host of other molecules from capillaries. So there's all that fun shit. So let me clear the screen. Pointer. So as we scroll down, one of the most important things that matters with all this, so this is more structural, but we'll get more into this in a bit, is neurotransmitters. We're really going to go hardcore into neurotransmitters. They are so important in this overall topic. So here's that figure they were mentioning. So the structure of a neuron, as you can see here, the cell body. I guess let me pull you back up. So cell body is right here. Here's your axon. It goes between here and here. The terminal boutons, so like I said, they're at the end. And then you have the dendrites, which are the little thingies right here coming off of the cell body. So wow, I broke shit. Look at that. Why am I not surprised? Let me zoom back out. So nerve cells produce impulses which send electrochemical energy through the body through these different systems, right? Your nervous system is basically the internet backbone for your body. It tells you all the information, where to go, what to do, and that gets really important when we talk about the brain and mental health meds, because the mental health meds are going to have an impact on very critical pieces of what's going on. So the biggest one is going to be those neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitters are what make up these major communication pieces in such in the way of like if you have ever seen the acronyms for different mental health meds, you'll hear SSRIs or SNRIs. What these do is they help with the reuptake of these neurotransmitters. So say SSRIs. So it's a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. So SSRI. So serotonin being one of the key neurotransmitters that you'll see pretty frequently. And I'm trying to get a nice reference image here to use for in a bit. So give me 1 second. So let me turn that off real quick so I can maneuver some images and not accidentally doxy myself. And again, this all does serve a purpose, believe it or not. Even I have sometimes gone, why the fuck does any of this matter? But it does actually matter in like this role, in other roles of I've got to make sure that, you know, what I'm doing is going to translate to the job I do. Because yes, I don't like prescribe meds. I don't even know if I'd want to. Not only because of the way it's set up right now, as most psychiatrists barely talk to their patients. Like they're not doing therapy. They're there to just sign prescriptions at this point. Because so many people need meds. And I say need meds, and I mean that. I need meds. I'm a therapist and I need meds. I have antidepressant I take. I've had long-term depression. Usually it's low levels, but sometimes it'll get bad. So I have to have something to help me with it. I have ADHD. I need meds to help with that. If I don't take those meds, I can't do shit. I can't focus. I can't get my work done. One of those things that suffers the most with that is my notes, which if you haven't heard me bitch about those before, you're hearing it now. Is, you know, I struggle severely with getting notes done whenever I fall behind like that. And so for me, I do need those kind of things to be able to do my job, to live my life normally or as normally as I can. So when I was having my discussion with Drexel and Tim yesterday or the day before, talking about mental health meds, they have a very strong opinion about them, and how they impact people and what it does to people. And I'm not disagreeing with any of that, right? There is so much that could go wrong, or that people who have the meds struggle with. It's a lot to ask people to say, well, you're okay, you don't need meds. It's not the way it works. Trust me, if I didn't need meds, I would be so much happier. Not just for mental health, but for like my back pain. Believe it or not, taking all that shit, after a while, it starts to lose its appeal. You don't want to be on meds like that long term. There are like concerns about like liver and kidney. Like I have to get that checked every so often, because there is the possibility that I'm gonna fuck it up because of just being on so many meds for so long. But there's nothing wrong with, if you need meds now to help you get through something. I personally don't have a problem with that. I don't think anyone should, in general, judge that as a point of topic. Everyone deals with shit. Everyone goes through shit. Anyone who says that they're fine and they don't have any issues and they don't need this, and that they think this stuff is just meant to get you to buy this shit and to get into the big pharma companies. Yes, they're going to make their money. They're going to do their thing. But so many of these meds have changed people's lives for the better. So as much as I hate sometimes seeing people on them, I hate it worse whenever I see people with a lack of them. So let me go back to what we were actually working on. Again, I was just moving some stuff around, and I was making some more room on my desk. Technically on my lap, I actually pulled up my laptop tray that I use for like when I'm sitting on the couch or taking my laptop with me somewhere. It's a nice little thing that I can use for that. So let's learn some more about the brain and how we communicate inside the brain. So also just making one more edit to something for the stream. And like I said before, if you have questions or if there's something I can clarify, please ask it in the chat. I'm going to do my best to try and answer those questions. As I said earlier, I am taking, to help give some perks to my local supporters, some subscribers. I am trying to give them preference on questions for difficult content like this. I'm doing my best to, answer it. But again, I have to balance out things across the board here. So uh-oh. Can you guys still hear me, or did I lose you? Okay, I think I'm back. My Wi-Fi looked like it was about to fuck off for a minute. So, and because I've been doing some playing around with my network settings and doing some re-networking of different areas of my house, because all those little projects that sometimes fuck up important things, I forget. I need to be better by making a list. Okay. So thankfully, I didn't lose you guys, and StreamYard is no longer bitching about my Wi-Fi connection. So also at the bottom, not only is it scrolling the name of the episode and everything, I do have a voice. It should still be active. I have a voicemail line you can call, and leave a voicemail if you want to do like a a question, or if you want to leave a story or tell some stuff that happened, or if you have information to provide. You can call me at 440-KIWI-KEN. That's 440-KIWI-KEN. And that is my safe for work voicemail. My not safe for work voicemail will not be translated or transmitted on this show. So back to actual things that are important, and onto the right screen share. So real quick, actually someone mentioned something important in chat here. Will said, the meds are super easy to screw up with. I do not understand why your therapist doesn't work with your doctor. So in a perfect world, we do, right? A lot of times, if you have a practice that is kind of integrated, where you have a psychiatrist, psychologist, other doctorate level practitioners, other master level practitioners, normally you'll see maybe the psychologist will do the intake screening, do all the history, the background on the client situation or the patient situation, and then the psychologist will type up their notes, their information, communicate it to the psychiatrist. When the patient meets with the psychiatrist, they have that nice snapshot of what's been going on, which they can then use for their prescription purposes. And as a therapist, if you sign a release to where I can communicate with your psychiatrist, we will stay in touch, or we can communicate, and but it's always going to come down to, because I'm not a physician, I don't have an MD or a DO after my name, I can't tell you what to do with the meds. I'm basically doing what I am right now. I can provide you information. I can say, these are the signs of side effects from that type of medication. These are concerning side effects. If you feel these are issues that are going on, I highly recommend you consult with your doctor on it. I can't give people advice on what meds to take or what not to take. Like I said, if I could, maybe, but I don't want to know if I would rather have an expert on meds deal with that. I'm better at working through your feelings and talking shit out. I've always been good at that. For other people, myself, not so much. So your therapist can and should, if possible, communicate with your psychiatrist, and vice versa. Sometimes you change a med, I don't know it, so I suddenly see a change of behavior that can make me worry. Or if it comes out of nowhere, you go from being in a really shit place to suddenly being better, but some of your behavior wasn't maybe up to par, or maybe it was suspicious. Instead of, oh, their medication increased, they seem to have be doing a lot better. It could be, is this person in a dangerous state? Are they manic? Are they potentially ready to crash? Have they been using substances? So that's why communicating with your therapist of things like any medication, that's why we ask it on those paperwork. What medications are you taking? What herbal supplements are you taking? Because I can show you later in this book, there are herbal supplements that will fuck with your body. There are several herbal supplements that mimic antidepressants or the like. So you can be taking them while you're taking other shit. They could be contraindicated, and then now you have a problem. And that's a safety problem too. It's not like, oh, it's minor. No, it's a safety problem. Actually, let me see if I can pull it up real quick, because it's actually interesting. Here we go. So there are dietary supplements and herbal products that can mimic the effects of drugs, of like mental health meds. And again, I am showing this to you as an information source. I am not a doctor. I am not your doctor. Please consult an actual physician if you have concerns over your medication, or whether or not you should or should not take anything. So for the lawyers listening, who I'm sure I'm going to be dealing with at some point in the future over all this shit, because whatever, because I'm sure someone's going to get pissed off and sue me. Also, as a side note, there's another thing I'm going to announce as well during this show. I am working on recording a video directed at one person. If you're not familiar with how I even got into this, I initially did a psychological analysis of 𝗏𝘂𝗽𝗲𝗍𝗬𝗏, the fiance slash husband of one of the alleged victims of 𝗓𝐬𝗫𝗍𝗏 during the 𝗓𝐬𝗫𝗍𝗏 sexual impropriety scandal court case slash whatever it's been now. I got involved with that. I kind of did an analysis of him. I kind of analyzed his fiance's deposition and her retelling of the sexual assault and why I felt it was not genuine. And things kind of spiraled from there. I ended up getting on the 𝗓𝐬𝗫𝗍𝗏 show, talking to a few other people, and people requested more of me. So you're getting more of me. Again, I'm boomering it, I'm sure. As I said, please bear with me as I learn to do this. Trust me, I really am enjoying this. I want to do better at it. So, because I really love what I do. I love being a therapist. I miss being a firefighter. I miss being an EMT. I missed doing my really weird technical science-based job in the military that I can't go into more detail about. But after losing those things because of my back injuries, I found this job. And I found the changes that I could do. And part of me realizes that not everyone is going to have access to true therapy. You will have people self-diagnose like we saw on Tumblr in episode 5 or 4. I don't even remember at this point. But I know that sometimes people don't know they need help. Sometimes just talking about shit like this during any one of these given shows will help people realize they do need help. Or they'll go, hey, maybe this is something I should look more into. Or, yeah, I have been dealing with a lot of shit. Maybe I should talk to my friend or family member, consult with someone, get some advice from someone. You know, you don't have to go straight to a therapist. The most important part of it is going from not dealing with it to, I think I want to do something about it. That part's the biggest step. Just trying to do something about it instead of letting it sit and fester is the biggest thing you can fucking do. Do that. And I promise you, you will put yourself on the path to feeling better. All right. So I think I have these drugs ready to go now. And not like that. No, I think I crashed the window. Wow, my laptop just fucking hates me today, doesn't it? Let's try this again. Pull up the list. Because while I'm on the topic of, medications and as the one person in the chat had mentioned, what they can do to people and how it matters in this context. So I had to open up another window. Here we go. Okay, now we can do this. So let's talk about drugs. Gabe, I haven't been formally sued yet. I've had several threats from a couple different people. Ron was one of them, and that one chess guy was another one of him. He actually has about a half a dozen or so comments on one of my videos because it was a video I did like a day after I did a stream with 𝗓𝐬𝗫𝗍𝗏 on this guy, on my thoughts on his behaviors and stuff. So of course he's losing it in my YouTube comments, and it's fucking hilarious. But 𝗏𝘂𝗽𝗏𝗏 actually contacted the real Ken Jennings to tell him that someone was using his name, an image or something, and pretending to be a therapist and this, and that online. So someone has actually contacted Ken Jennings at least once. I think there was a second time. I don't remember who did it, but I think it did happen. And it's just been fucking great. I hope that if that does happen and he gets dragged into this, I hope he's chill about it. Cause like I'm not like a huge like Jeopardy fan. I just picked, like I said in my initial like why I chose the name. I was like used to watch Jeopardy with my grandma or with one of my family members, and I remember when he was on, so I just picked his name up and threw it out there because why not? I just needed a name for different online shit, and it worked. Yes, he actually did. If you watch one of the streams with the toy interviews I did with him through the 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗲𝗿𝗰𝗵𝘁𝘀 podcast, uh, if you look up 𝗦𝘂𝗃𝗏𝗏𝑚 on YouTube, you'll find those. Actually, I need to put a link to that playlist in my channel, but because I've did about 7 hours of interviews total between the 3 streams I did with him, which was so cool to get to talk to the guy, to see his mind at work in person effectively, because I'm talking to him. There's no like pausing to change your text message or your response. You're active, you're live, right? Fuck it, we'll do it live. Doing it that way was important because it gave me insight into Ron that I could not otherwise get, because I'm not his therapist, never claimed to be either. But getting him to respond the way he did and to act the way he did was important in understanding how Ron ticks, how Ron works. And I learned a lot from that. But in one of those, because he had kind of chilled out when he finally agreed to do the interview, the interviews or series of interviews, and he admitted that he did contact the real Ken Jennings about what was going on. And it was great. It was so great. I just hope that the real Ken Jennings will, one, please stand up, and two, not sue me for like impersonation or whatever, defamation. I hope this isn't defamatory. Trying to spread mental health awareness being defamatory. I think his PR guy would probably look down on him for that. Yes, Barry was hilarious, and I know my avatar looks like Barry. That was not intentional. Um, Ron, the other former host of the 𝗦𝘂𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃 podcast, helped edit a $5 avatar I had made off of a Fiverr because I needed one because I was trying to stop using Ken's actual photo. So I didn't get like hit for that or hit for copyright for the actual photo. So the actual image I use right now is mine. I have commissioned several different graphics art things from one of the popular graphics artists in this arena. So they'll be doing some of my new profile pics. They'll be doing some of my layouts and stuff. I would love to switch to doing like an OBS layout stuff, but I just don't have the time, the hassle. I have spent dozens of hours trying to perfect an OBS layout to get shit to work. And then I just finally gave up and said, fuck it. I'm going to pay $25 a month for StreamYard because it works. It gives me the, pull the chat up feature, which I really like. Even though I have been working, it's at the back of the list now, on a coding project that does the Superchats thing and does the other chats, like the what is it? Not Stream Elements, the one Streamlabs. So it does Streamlabs chats too. So you can have a pop up on screen, so it's not just a feature that you can only get with StreamYard. So I've been working on that code for fun. Haven't gotten too far with it, but it's been a project of mine. But I was just like, fuck it. I'm not dealing with all the stress of trying to set this up. I just want to get something and get going. So I figured the $25 a month. I'm pretty close to breaking even on that with my subscribers. I don't know if you guys would be interested or if I should set up something like a Streamlabs or Stream Elements donation / super chat thing, or my PayPal, my business PayPal, my Ken Jennings PayPal. If you guys want to do tips or donate, I can set it up. I just don't know if anyone would actually be interested in that. There's no financial requirement to be here. I even in my profession and my day to day hate taking people's money. That's why we have someone in the office whose job is to take the money and deal with people who may fall behind, because it is the most awkward shit to deal with. Of, okay, you just told me you were raped for an hour. Now pay me X amount of money. Or, oh, you also owe this too. So I've always been bad about money with this job. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, give me money, or, oh, even though I know I worked hard, I went to school, I got my master's degree, all that shit, got lights, all that to be able to get paid, and I still struggle to ask for it. And I'm not the only one. Most of my coworkers are like that too. Like, they know they want to get paid, but it's awkward to ask that. It's awkward to have the money discussion with people. So real quick, let's go over these different meds. So these are, as you can see here, OTC products with some research documenting efficacy. So some of these, and again, none of this is medical advice or evidence. Consult a doctor about anything. None of this is medical advice. Please God, none of this is medical advice. So what this is and what this means is that these meds here, so this one, these meds or products have in research studies shown to have some sort of benefit with how mental health meds kind of do similar effects, right? So the first one here, let me erase these real quick by circling. Okay. So St. John's wort, so that's the first one here. It can be used to help treat depression. For people who do take it, you normally see around 900 to 1800 milligrams is the dosage. It does have some side effects of minimal nausea, insomnia, hypomania/mania, photosensitivity, and interference with certain lab tests. It does have significant drug interactions. That's a big deal. So I mentioned that in the context of this, in the mental health meds in general, because you do not want to put yourself in a situation where you're taking meds and then, you hear from a friend or someone tries to sell you something. Oh, take this thing. It's so great. It's made me do so much better on things. But if you didn't know that some of this stuff will interact with your medications, you can kill yourself. The fact that this is a significant interaction just from St. John's wort, which is a common thing people take. And we'll get into that on the next page. So the next one is SAMe, which is S-adenosylmethionine. I suck at pronouncing shit. It can help with depression, normal dosage, some side effects. Not well established, so they haven't done too much research on this one yet. Or the effects haven't been really confirmed, which, okay, that's fine. Next one is omega-3 fatty acids. Helps with some mood disorder, instability in your affect. So again, there's your dosage range, some GI upset, and then there's no known drug interactions. Folic acid, mood disorders as well. Here's your dosage, no side effects, and no drug interactions. Now, this is where we get into the products that may be beneficial. So melatonin, it can help with sleep disturbances. A lot of people take it for that. That's your average range you'll see, or recommended range, or the OTC dosage range. It causes sedation at higher doses, may aggravate depression. Again, not well established. And then ginkgo biloba helps with cognitive impairment, potentially. There's your dose range, side effects, and then still not well established. And then you have here OTC products that may increase psychiatric symptoms or be dangerous and are not recommended. So these are the ones that are like, no, fuck off. Do not touch these. Go away. Don't touch them. Don't risk it. Not worth it. Don't do it. If you see dangerous in the context of mental health, it's not like it's gonna, make your leg fall off. No, it's gonna fuck your brain up by fucking up the very delicate balance of your neurotransmitters and other things. So, 𝗓𝐢𝐻𝐬𝐵𝐰 or 𝗓𝐢𝐻𝐬𝐵𝐰, I don't know how to pronounce it. Treatment of impotency. So sometimes you'll see like the herbal supplements and other medications used as like Eastern medicine or other cultural medicine. That's why it gets brought up, because people will use that. They don't like Western medicine. They don't like drugs. They don't like other shit like that. So they'll use, more natural means or stuff like that. So you get, oh, take this. This will help with, because people suffer ED. So impotency, right? Erectile dysfunction. Big deal to a lot of people. I have at least, I have or had at least one client who was dealing with that. I know people in my personal life who've dealt with that. Having been on meds of different types with mental health and back pain, I can tell you right out the gate, SSRIs impact your libido. They make it difficult to get and or maintain an erection, even if you're in the mood and want to have sex. So if you're horny and you want to fuck something and you can't fuck something, you're going to do what you can to make yourself fuck something. So you may try something like 𝗓𝐢𝐻𝐬𝐵𝐻 or whatever it is, but it can cause anxiety. Don't add extra shit to the list of things you're already dealing with. So if we go back up, so there's that potential psychiatric effect. And then 𝗓𝐲𝐽𝐽, which can potentially decrease anxiety, has an associated issue with toxicity. And again, the references are here. And so because this one's here, I'll discuss it first, and we'll go back to the St. John's wort one. So for 𝗓𝐲𝐽𝐽, it may potentiate effects of alcohol, benzodiazepines, barbiturates, and antipsychotics side effects. Adverse effects also seen with cimetidine and levodopa. So if you've never heard of this term before, potentiate, what it means is there are things you can eat, take, or do that will increase the amount of a drug that gets taken into your system, right? So depending on the method of administration, right, you will get a different level of drug based on which route it comes in. So if you get, and then say, I'll use morphine because I know this one really well. So using morphine as an example, morphine through an IV, your bioavailability is 100%. So bioavailability is basically the amount of the drug that is actually able to enter into circulation and actually have an active effect. So what will happen is when you take a medication through a different route, right? So IV is 100%, obviously. But if you take it orally, the same medication will have a much different actual bioavailability. So what people will do, and you'll see it with people who have addiction problems, is they will potentiate their medication. I know about this as it relates to morphine because I've seen the discussions before. And when I was doing initial research before I started taking morphine, it is something that, I had to be concerned about. Those big ass multi-page things they sometimes give you with your medications when you pick them up, actually read them. You may fucking kill yourself by accident. If I told you that, if you take morphine and then you drink a certain drink, you could accidentally kill yourself, all because you drank like, I think it's cranberry juice is one of the morphine potentiators. because the actual dose of morphine through like oral administration is not that high. So sometimes you'll see that made up for in higher doses because the amount they might give you in an IV is different versus, you know, if you had taken it another way. Now, one of the ways that people will potentiate morphine is through, I believe it's cranberry juice. Cranberry juice is a morphine or an opioid potentiator. And I think there's another one or two. I know plugging is another thing. If you've never heard of the term, plugging means taking what was supposed to be like an oral medication or like a sublingual medication. So if you've never heard of it, sublingual is a medication that you administer by putting under the tongue. That one's common with like nitroglycerin. For people who have heart issues, they'll take it to help prevent or minimize a heart attack. You put it under the tongue, and you actually get really decent bioavailability from it. But with plugging, you take that medication, you crush it up, and you insert it into the rectum because the walls of the intestines are pretty good at absorbing it, so you get a higher dosage of the med than you would have if you just taken it orally. Same thing with potentiating meds. You can potentiate these meds to abuse them, but you can also potentiate these meds completely accidentally. Like literally with this thing we're going over now. And I know I went a little off topic off it, but you can potentiate alcohol, benzodiazepines, barbiturates, and antipsychotics. And you can also see adverse effects with these couple meds too. All because you took this product to try and help reduce anxiety naturally. Maybe you're on one of the other meds and you didn't want to add a second one. So you're like, oh, I'll take 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 root. Friend recommended it. You trust that friend. Didn't really think your doctor would care to hear it. You might think they call you something stupid, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's not real med. So you don't do anything about it. You just don't talk to them about it. But you take it in a significant quantity. You start seeing major issues with the rest of your shit. Don't do it. Always consult your doctor before doing any supplement, herbal treatment. So if we go back up, because as we talked about at the beginning, St. John's wort here has a significant drug interaction. So A and B. So that's down to those references we were at. So A, for details on drug interactions, see these references, which are at the back of my 400-some page book. And then B, so this is specifically for St. John's wort, significant due to hepatic enzyme production. Do not use with birth control pills, protease inhibitors, immunosuppressants, asthma meds, SSRIs, MAOI antidepressants, venlafaxine, mirtazapine, tricyclic antidepressants, amphetamines, anticonvulsants, levodopa, warfarin, or digoxin, or other as yet undiscovered interactions may also exist. All from literally St. John's wort. That is all St. John's wort. Who would have thought an herbal supplement could fuck up shit like that, right? Don't risk it. Also, Colonel Crayon mentioned serotonin syndrome. So that was going to be something that was going to come up during this whole process. So I'll mention it real quick while I'm on it. So serotonin syndrome is basically high or extremely high levels of serotonin, which is one of the neurotransmitters in your body. Too much of that will cause different symptoms like you can have shivering, diarrhea, rigidity in your muscles, seizures. It can cause death. Literally is one of the outcomes from serotonin syndrome. So if you take too much of a drug, or if you take an illegal substance that may have a serotonin reuptake inhibitor, so you take an extra SSRI, you take multiple, you take drugs that are contraindicated, it increases your serotonin so much that it could cause significant physical side effects or death. So always consult with your doctor on these kind of things. Oh, and then the Sebas says definitely need to rewatch this one, not being constantly interrupted. Definitely rewatch it. I need those watch hours, and I also need those subs. So please like, subscribe, and share. I need to get better at shilling myself. I said shilling, not the other word. I'm shilling. So yeah, please rewatch this. I know. So also know one of the things that are constantly interrupting this is me. Me staying on topic, as you can see, is clearly a problem. It's not intentional, I swear. I actually do hate it. So let me make sure. Oh, I think it was grapefruit and for SSRIs, and then grape juice or grapefruit too for opioids as well, because of the way they work together. Also, Ryo said impotency is a reason to visit a urologist. Also, for example, as it relates to mental health, you can get a prescription of Viagra from your psychiatrist. You want to know how I know that? Because I had one when I was in the military. Because I was on an SNRI, which is a selective norepinephrine reuptake inhibitor, or I was on Prozac at the time, which is an SSRI. My wife and I, our sex life tanked, and I mentioned my issues to my doctor, and he prescribed me some Viagra to use. And then we also started talking about changing meds. So it was a way to kind of help bridge the gap while I worked on getting my meds changed, because we added in Wellbutrin, which if you take like an SSRI and you add Wellbutrin, it can help negate some of that side effect of decreased libido and issues with erectile dysfunction. So keeping your doctor in the loop, even though it's embarrassing to say to your doctor, man, I can't get it up. Your doctor wants to hear that. I want to hear that because I want to know what's going on. I tell everyone that walks into my room, I don't care about what you're telling me as far as, yeah, it's embarrassing, but I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to help. If you come in here and say, I can't get it up, I masturbate all the time, I do this, I do that, great. I'm thankful for knowing now. All I want is to know so I can do something with it. That's all you need to do, is give me the information. We'll go from there. So Raya also mentioned that, there's a concern for your heart too with, you know, issues with erectile dysfunction because it impacts your blood pressure, because your blood pressure is what causes you to get an erection. But it also comes back to those neurotransmitters because they're responsible for sending the messages. They're sending your emails and tweets through the body to say, hey, go do this, hey, do that, hey, get hard, that's a pretty girl on screen, or check out this futo with no balls, or check out this, and let's get going. If you're getting bad messages, or you always want to rule things out, so you start taking mental health medication and you start having ED. I, as a provider, I'm sure that your doctor and your psychiatrist want to make sure it's not a heart issue. So you may get a couple heart tests, get some tests done to make sure it's not your heart and it's just the med, because if it's just the med, okay, we can deal with that. If it's your heart, we got bigger shit we also need to worry about. So that's a good point to mention, Ryo. And also, low testosterone can cause depression and ED. So getting hormone tests, I get tested every 6 months for pretty much everything because of all the damn meds I'm on. I'm on, 2 different types of morphine, a muscle relaxer. I'm on gabapentin, which is technically meant for seizures, but it's really good for inhibiting nerve pain because I have nerve pain from my back issues. I take Ambien for sleep. I have a BiPAP to help me sleep that I don't use enough. I've got my mental health meds. I'm on Wellbutrin for mental health. So I've got sumatriptan because I get the occasional migraine. I've got a lot of shit I take. And a lot of that can't, because I take a lot compared to the normal person. If I gave you my daily dose just off the street, it would kill you. But I've built up a tolerance to it, so I fucking need it, which sucks because I don't like it. So I just wanted to mention, the side effect of things like herbal remedies, while they do have some actual efficacy, don't take them without consulting your doctor. If you want to use Eastern medicine, you want to use herbal remedies, whatever you call it, go for it. Consult with your doctor first. Make sure it's not going to fuck with your health. That is one of my disclaimers today, because I'm talking about drugs, talking about mental health meds. I need to make sure I'm very clear on that. I don't want to go to jail as having told you, oh no, go ahead and take all this shit, or someone getting the wrong impression, because God knows people do that. So let's get back to where we really were, like 20 minutes ago or something. Is we're back here to talking about intercellular communication. So, here's my thing at. So, where'd it go? So, nerve cells are activated to produce an impulse. Begins in the cell body, transmits along the axon, ends in that terminal boutron that we saw above. Impulses cause the release of the neurotransmitter molecules into the tiny space between the nerves, referred to as the synapse. The human's brain's 100 billion nerve cells are richly interconnected, making approximately 100 trillion synapses. Holy shit, think about that for a minute. That's a lot. That's a really big fucking number, as I color it in like I'm doing a coloring book. 100 trillion synapses in your brain. So as we continue, yet in almost all instances, the nerve cells do not actually touch one another. They are separated by this tiny space. Communication between nerve cells requires the action of neurotransmitting molecules that deliver stimulation and thus information across the synapse. Let's see how this works and how it can cause malfunction. So that's another important part of this, right? So I need to have a fucking clear screen keyboard shortcut made for this stupid fucking app. I love this pen app, but for some reason I never can get the keyboard shortcut that allows me to fucking just wipe the screen with one of the buttons I programmed. So I'm just lucking out on that one today. So as we continue down, so we're on the conduction and transmission. So, Jesus Christ, can I color right? That's my color right. Conduction and transmission, we're here now. Process begins with the stimulation of the cell. A variety of molecules called ligands may be able to bind and activate receptors. Such molecules include neurotransmitters, hormones, and certain drugs. The activation of excitatory receptors on the dendrites or the cell body results in a brief change in electrical potential from the cell's resting state. This change is called an action potential. This converts to a nerve impulse, which spreads throughout the dendrites, cell body, and ultimately down the axon. The nerve endings and nerve impulses performs the critical function of causing the release of neurotransmitting chemicals into the synapse. The neuron that releases the neurotransmitters is called the presynaptic neuron. The neuron that releases the neurotransmitters, that receives the neurotransmitters is called the postsynaptic neuron. The process of impulse movement along the axon is referred to as conduction. Transmission refers to the passage of impulses across the synaptic space. My fucking throat's going dry and trying to chug Mountain Dew and talk and everything. So I'm trying to burn through some of this because I want to get to like talking about some of the drugs a little bit. Because this book is really cool with all the shit it's got in it. But I wanted to kind of go over how the brain works. Because the neurotransmitters, which I have a really cool graphic I found, I'm going to pull up, they all have so many important functions. And so here's what that passage is basically describing. You get your neurotransmitters, they get transmitted across the synapse, they're released in there. And so here's where we get into, give me 1 second, I need to pull this off the screen real quick because I'm looking for one specific thing in here. Page 34. Okay. This is the lower part of that page. Okay. So the receptor binding, so as we come back to this now, the effect of receptor binding. So I skipped a little bit, so keep up. I won't grade everybody on this. There's no test. Pop quiz is on my OnlyFans today. So here we go. The effects of receptor binding. So we're on this now. The neurotransmitter molecules, when released into the synapse, are capable of binding to specific receptors. For example, dopamine molecules bind only to dopamine receptors, although they can influence other neurotransmitters indirectly. That's kind of important, and you'll see why. And have no direct impact on other receptors. The binding of neurotransmitters to receptors is the primary means by which one nerve can influence the functioning of other neurons. Also important. The effects of the receptors binding vary tremendously depending on which type of receptor is involved. Functionally, some neurotransmitters are excitatory, since they activate adjacent neurons, and others are inhibitory, i.e., acting like a brake when turned on. They have the impact of reducing nerve cell excitability. One notable exception is seen with the serotonin system in the brain. The molecule serotonin is not itself inherently excitatory or inhibitory. It all depends on which type of serotonin receptor is activated. So, as you can see, you have some things that have specific things. They're excitatory, some are inhibitory. But serotonin depends on which fucking place receives the serotonin. So the serotonin gets sent, you have other receptors. Each of those receptors can either do it differently, take it a different way. So you have to be aware of, when the thinking in the context of the brain, if you're like be like if you have employees, you have these employees do this job. So when you send them a message, they do this job. But you have this small group of employees over here that it depends on which person in that group of people you send it to on what they're actually going to do. Versus sending it to this office or this floor in the building, they're always going to do that, or they're going to do the same roughly thing. You send it to anybody on the serotonin floor, for example, you have no idea if they're going to do it one way or the other because it all depends on who gets the message. I don't know if that even makes any fucking sense. Again, lack of sleep. So as we continue, and again, I know it's a little bit of dry reading. Imagine having to go through this in a college program. My God, it was awful. Cool teacher. She was fucking cool. Just the book, this part of it can be boring. The really cool shit with diving into the meds is really cool. So currently 14 subtypes of serotonin receptors have been discovered. Oh my God. Fuck that. That makes me want to quit. Most are inhibitory, although some are excitatory. Thus, if serotonin levels are increased in the entire brain, it will have multiple effects. That's kind of that serotonin storm or serotonin syndrome that I was mentioning. Because there's a lot of different ways that it can be received and the different ways it impacts other things that may be adjacent. It's almost a butterfly effect in the brain, as one thing can have effects on another thing, have effects on another thing, which then causes you to have depression. Maybe you have mania. Maybe something else goes on. So being aware of all of this is important to a degree, right? It's important from my perspective of knowing this and remembering this and refreshing on this too. Like, this is actually beneficial to me in the fact that in the professional mean of, it's been a while since I sat down and read through this book. I know the information, but it's good to get the refresher because then I can like reincorporate it into, what I'm doing. Because, you have 2 years, like when you're in grad school, to learn all this shit. You have to condense it down. You're doing, for me, I had to do a 1,000-hour internship while in grad school for 2 years. Didn't get paid for, on top of all the homework, on top of all the papers, on top of everything else. You can't absorb everything. So having the ability for me, I kept all my books so I can go back and refresh myself. I keep a couple books specifically next to my desk in my office at home just to review. The drug one, like this, clearly one. I have my DSM digital and paper copy. I have one of my, I think the LGBT books for the LGBT shit I work with is a reference on how to do stuff like that. So I benefit from this too, in that moving forward, if there's ways for me to incorporate it into the way I practice, I've now got this refreshed on my mind because I was going through it with you guys. In effect, you guys are teaching me today. You guys are helping me refresh on what is, critical in the ways that the brain works. So thank you for your time today and teaching me. So as we continue, when neurotransmitters are released into the synapse, some molecules bind to receptors, some are chemically destroyed by enzymes found in the extracellular fluid, and many are rapidly reabsorbed into the presynaptic neurons. The reabsorption is accomplished by the way of a reuptake transporter pump. So that whole reuptake thing is going to matter because that's why you have like the reuptake inhibitors. That's why you have other things. So what this is here is, if I get out the drawing thing, is if we take, for example, if we have, your neuron thingy here, you have your other one over here. I know, don't make the jokes yet. Is you have your neurotransmitter chemicals and all that is trying to be released. Yes, some of it's getting over here. Some of it gets destroyed, but a lot of it gets reuptake back to that presynaptic neuron, right? What stuff like an SSRI does is it blocks. It puts up we're going to build a great wall. We're going to have Mexico pay for it in our brain to prevent those neurotransmitters from being reuptake. So they're going to stay on their path. They're going to come all the way over here instead of going back here. We don't want that. So we'll thank Trump for his contributions to holy fucking this. I love this program, but it's still in development because it's actually better than the original one that it was forked from, but it still has some bugs to work out. But I'm sticking with it because I have a lot more flexibility with it. So there we go. Now we're back. So as we continue, so I hope that stupid drawing thing mattered or made sense. Is the goal is the presynaptic neuron will oftentimes reuptake a lot of the neurotransmitters that are sent out. We don't want that. A lot of times that is the problem, is your body's not getting enough of neurotransmitters in the effect of it's not transmitting the things that matter. So because it keeps getting grabbed back, it's not sending enough. You have a low supply. You have, thinking like a firefighter, I've got low pressure in my hose to put out the fire. I've got low pressure in my hose of neurotransmitters to keep me happy, to keep me good, to keep me well and not feel depressed. So if I've got low pressure in my fire hose, I can't put out the fire. I've got low pressure in my good feeling chemicals, then I'm not going to feel good. I'm going to feel really bad. And then Ryo also contributed again. You also get fun when the pump is defective. Yes, so just like other systems, so think like using firefighting as an example because I can always somehow make it relate to this stuff. Not only do I have the neurotransmitters transmitting through my fire hose to get to the fire, which is to make me feel good, to make me, do normal things. If the pressure's too low, I'm not going to feel good. I'm not going to put the fire out. I'm going to feel sad and depressed. The house is going to burn up. If the engine dies, if the pump dies on the truck, now I can't send anything. And so like Ryo was saying, you can have other things that go on too that will also impact, whether or not stuff works, whether or not it's actually going to make a difference, how you treat it. So there are a lot of interconnected systems with this. So it's very difficult. A lot of it is kind of boring and dumb. But we're going to get into the drugs section next because I think this section is thankfully not that much longer. Because I don't know if you can see over here on the right, we're doing the neurobiology stuff right now, and then we're going to go into the pharmacology stuff. Because you kind of need to know the neurobiology stuff to understand the pharmacology stuff. So if we continue, this is a protein structure in the cell membrane. Neurotransmitter molecules re-enter the nerve cell and are repackaged in the vesicles. This is a sort of molecular recycling that allows neurotransmitters to be used again and again. So yeah, we've gone green in our brain. Reduce, reuse, recycle. But fuck feeling happy. You can feel depressed, but we're saving the planet. We're not going to have the ice caps melt in your brain, but you're going to be completely depressed along the way, but we're saving the planet. That's what seems to be going on in your fucking brain, right? Please tell me I'm not the only one seeing this right now in this image. And the way it's described is coming across to me of, well, we need to recycle for the better of the planet. We're going to save it. We're going to reuse it. But you're going to feel like shit and your life's going to get fucking awful. But we're going to save the planet, right? Hey, we're going to save the planet, guys. Guys? Hey, guys? Guys? Hey, guys? Yeah, that's the impression I'm getting. Please tell me if I'm wrong or if my lack of sleep is maybe impacting my judgment here. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Okay, so Ryo is correct that I'm somewhat on the I'm not the only person there feeling that. So thank you for making me not feel like I've gone completely fucking psycho today. I have not gone 𝗏𝘂𝗍𝗓. Well, 𝗏𝘂𝗍𝗓 is more a sociopath. He's not an actual psychopath, which to side. Okay, it looks like I'm back again. So, because there's a short delay, obviously, between when I talk and when you guys see anything. I'll need you guys to let me know what was like the last thing I was saying before my mic cut out. What had happened was because I bought a new laptop in January because my old one kind of needed replaced, and I was doing a lot more complex stuff on it, and because like I use Dragon Professional Individual to dictate my notes, it's kind of power hungry, and my laptop is probably 4 or 5 years old at this point, maybe a little bit more. And so I wanted to have a laptop that was more powerful. I also wanted to be able to kind of do some gaming on it, and I wanted to have the ability to do certain things with streaming because I knew I would do the interviews and stuff occasionally with Nick or with Drex and them. So I bought a laptop that has an RTX graphics card in it, which lets me use NVIDIA Broadcast, which is that really fancy noise suppression AI that will reduce noises in the background. Because I have birds and stuff, so no matter where I sit in my house, I've got my door closed. I bought a pack of like 24 of those 12 by 12 by 1 foam tiles. I've got them spattered across the room to help reduce echo too. I bought a broadcast dynamic microphone, so I literally have to be almost deep throating this mic because of how low I talk in general, and how its sensitivity is focused is to not have other sounds come in. Is even with this mic using NVIDIA broadcast versus not using it, there's a difference. Like if I turned it off right now and let you guys hear my normal mic, you would hear my birds chirping in the background. You would hear the laptop fan kick up every now and then because of the graphics card. So here's where I pick back up where we left off. So yeah, that's why I bought that laptop, so I could use this program. I figured I was going to be streaming more. I wanted to actually get my YouTube channel built up a bit, which thanks to you guys, I'm actually growing at a decent rate. I'm almost at 350 subscribers as of right now. I was barely at 300. I was not even at 300 a couple days ago when I asked Nick for a shout out on his show. I got almost to 300 that night. By the end of his show, I crossed the threshold after his show. I think while I was doing an interview with Drexel and Tim, and then I did another show with Drexel, and then I popped onto that 5,000 subscriber show yesterday, and I've gone up 50 subs already. So I'm happy. I'm loving this. But yeah, I bought that laptop with the ability to know I'm going to be doing streaming. I'm trying to stay, aware of these issues. I want to be able to talk about these things. But going back to, not being the only one that's noticing this, because I actually had some really interesting points that sadly didn't get captured, is, let's fuck our brain off to just, let's fuck off feeling good, fuck off feeling healthy. We're going to save our chemicals. We're going to reduce, reuse, recycle. But you're going to feel like shit. That part doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you feel like shit. We're recycling. That's all that matters. We're working better for the planet being your brain. So there's the irony in there for some reason that just popped into my head. Welcome to Lack of Sleep. Zippy Art, thank you for finding my channel. I don't know, how did you find the channel? Are people finding it through certain keywords, or did you find it through Discord, through someone, or did you find it through natural search? I'm always wanting to figure out how to get my message out there. Like I know right now I got 8 people watching. We've been going for an hour 45, and I'm maybe at 25% into what I was wanting to do. Thank God the long streams are helping with the watch hours. But anything that I can do, any information you guys have on your end of how you're finding me, how these things are popping up in search results, how they're popping up in your feeds. So all of that is very helpful. And Will, I do want that too, right? So one of the reasons I do this is I hate some of the shit that goes on in this atmosphere, right? I hate people getting bad information about mental health. I cannot not actually, enjoy this job while people sit there and try, like, for example, digressing again from our actual topic at hand onto how misinformation gets spread is like my couple episodes. I did a 2-part series of streams on transgender children, which is like the 2 shows I actually did a lot of good research on. And I actually liked the outcome of it because that's an area I work with, that population. I have a lot of connections in that area. I'm a part of a lot of transgender support groups and LGBT support groups. And I know the people in those groups I'm in hate the fucking people who are trying to speak for the whole bunch and wanting to do this thing and wanting to do that thing. I promise you, I swear this to the bottom of my heart, such a big chunk of the trans community doesn't give a fuck about all this public stuff. They don't want it to be out there. They want to do their thing. If they feel like a man, then they want to be a man. If they feel like a woman, they want to be a woman. They want to do their transition and they want to live their lives. Most of them don't want to be out there. They don't want a public face. So all these people drawing attention to it hurts their fucking cause. It makes it worse. And it pisses me off too, because I am supportive of the trans community. I have friends who are trans. I have friends who are gay. I have friends, I've got a lot of different people like in those two fields, and there's nothing wrong with it to me. Gender dysphoria is a very complex topic. I am going to have a very, very, very special show at some point talking about that because there's some very interesting things. If anyone's an actual follower from Kiwi Farms and knows the underlying secret behind that, it'll be fun if someone outs me before I get to it. But that's going to be a topic that I can speak a lot about and I want people to have better understandings of these things. I want people to have better this whole episode today. I want people to have better understanding of how mental health meds work, and that it's not just a happy pill. You don't just take it and you're suddenly happy, and that it works all the time, every time. It doesn't fucking work. I have a client a new client. It's a mother, her 17-year-old son. She basically has helicopter parented him, but as it relates to meds, he clearly has ADHD, and I've never met the kid just based off the description. Obviously I can't diagnose that, but it's pretty clear he has ADHD. He tried taking, I think, Vyvanse once or twice, and it didn't work, or he didn't like the way it felt, and so he stopped taking it. And that was a while ago, but that's not how that shit works. You have to take this for weeks before you see the full effect. That's how all mental health meds work, basically. You have to take it for multiple weeks, allow your body to stabilize, understand the impacts of the drug. And so when you see people just take a happy pill, like, bitch, it doesn't work that way. I wish it did. I wish I could take a fucking pill and feel happy every day. I wish I could take a pill and not have dealt with the anxiety attacks I've had all over the last 2 weeks over my AC being out and it being 90 fucking degrees in my house. I did one of my streams when it was 90 fucking degrees in my office. I did that stream because I was so stressed out I needed something to de-stress with, and that's how I de-stressed, was streaming with you guys. So if there was shit out there like that, I would be the first fucking person in line to take it. Don't sell something you can't back up. Just like I have issue with the whole trans community topic, is we do have standards in place on how we're supposed to diagnose, how we're supposed to, give letters for referral. Yes, they have some room for interpretation, and that's kind of necessary, but we need the walled garden. We don't need to be seeing the detransition numbers as kind of high as they seem to be right now. That bothers me. I've heard the stories of people being, quote unquote, pushed into it. That is not okay. As a professional, it hurts me to my core to hear that people transitioned. They were told it was a miracle cure, and effectively, right? You're going to feel so much better once you transition hormones and maybe surgery. You'll feel so much better. You'll feel like your real self. You're going to feel like a woman. No, that's not how it works. Not at all. You will never feel like a woman if you're transitioning from male to female. You have to be able to understand that you are going to be a trans woman. Yes, you are a woman, but you will never be a full woman. You have to recognize and be comfortable with, I'm going to be a trans woman and what that means. Any client I work with that is talking about transitioning, whether underage or overage, what happens if you go all the way and it's not the way you expected it. It doesn't make you feel perfect. You still feel this dysphoria. You still feel this. Are you going to be okay with that? Because you have to factor in the lifelong things, taking hormones, dilating if you did male to female surgery. I have to dilate once a week or so, just to make sure so you don't have the 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗲𝗿𝗰 close up, because you have to deal with that, because that's part of being a trans woman right now. Sorry. I wish it was different. I wish that the surgeries were better. I wish the techniques were better. I do. I wish we could get you there. But you have to be comfortable with what you're going to get, not what you think you're going to get. I reality check them on purpose, because it's very important. So don't, I do this because I want people to recognize that we're not all quacks. We're not all like pushing this agenda. I don't want to say I'm far right, quote unquote, because I'm not. I'm probably more libertarian in like a political sense. I call myself conservative every now and then, but I'm probably more libertarian. I call myself a constitutionalist. Politics aside, most of my career field is very left-leaning. if not just left. Obviously, you're talking very progressive, especially the field I'm in as far as where my master's is in, and just counseling in psychology, a lot of it leans very left from a political arena. I stick out as a sore thumb. I have to be very specific on how I word certain things to not get myself fucked over because I said something or did something in that arena. I want people to know that it's not just one message. There are others out there. There is an actual system in place. There are standards in place. If people are breaking those standards as it relates to, say, transgender healthcare, if people are pushing others into transitioning so quickly, oh, I've seen you once or twice. Here's a letter for hormone therapy. You've a quote unquote established with me a history of dealing with gender dysphoria. Bullshit. Anyone who's coming to me for a letter, I'm going to be sitting with for a while before I give any letter out. If I'm writing you a letter to get you hormones, I want to make damn sure we understand the impacts of that, and your dysphoria is severe enough to where you truly need it. It is your decision, but it's up to you. I don't want, because we're talking about drugs, so this is related. So ADHD tangent, follow me for a moment, because I don't want to be the person that says, here's your letter for hormone therapy. And then in a year and a half, you finally get your surgery, and then you have your surgery, and then 6 months later, you kill yourself because you thought you were getting a miracle cure, or you decide to detransition because it did work out. And then you come back to me and say, it's all your fault. You let me get hormones. You let me go down this path. I don't want to be like a gatekeeper into preventing someone from being able to get to their true selves and true understanding. But there's a reason that exists. You should not be able to just walk into a clinic and ask a doctor to say, give me a vagina, give me a penis, give me breasts, take away my breasts, give me all these drugs to change my hormones, and just walk out of there with it the same day, effectively, for intents and purposes. You have to truly grasp the significance of what you're doing. And some people do not get that as it relates to mental health and how it relates to dysphoria specifically. I deal with depression. I am very forward with my clients. I probably share more with clients than most therapists do. But you know why I do it? Because it works. Because I have a history to pull from. I have no problem telling people, I've been in that dark place. Do I tell my clients I held a gun to my head and I was about to pull the trigger? No. But I'll tell my clients, I've been in that dark place. It is not easy to get out of. I've been here. I've been there. I've got connections in these areas. I can kind of relate. I don't know what you're feeling. It's probably worse for you. But it lets me be human. And being human is a huge part of this job. I had one client describe to me that I'm much different than their old therapist because their old therapist kind of just sat there, took notes, and listened while they talked for the whole hour. Versus me, I'm going back and forth with them. I'm chatting. I'm asking them difficult questions. I'm asking them questions that have no answer, which is one of my favorite things to do, is ask you a question that either A, doesn't have an answer, or B, you don't know the answer. And I know you don't know the answer, and that's why I'm asking you the question, is to get you to realize that you don't know the answer and what you need to do to know the answer. Believe it or not, there is actual method to my madness in what I'm doing. It still amazes me that people think I'm actually not a counselor or therapist or whatever, which, like I said, cool, you do you. Nick said before, I think on one of the shows I did with him, is if I'm faking it, if I'm actually not a counselor, I'm doing a real good job of faking it, which I thought was funny, because this would be dedicating a lot of fucking time to just do this. I mean, obviously people do that, but I've got a life too. I don't want to spend all my day wasting it faking to be a therapist when I could go to school and just be one, right? So, when you say it was a good stream, which stream were you talking about? So let's see here. I'm getting a lot of feedback from everybody. Thank you again for all your comments. Again, I'm still keeping an eye on the locals chat if anyone's jumping in there. Let's see. I joined from Nick's show myself. Thank you, Thane, for coming from Nick. I love Nick. I've had the opportunity to talk to him on several streams. It's always a blast to be on Nick's show. I love Nick. I went to Road Rage Tampa in December. I got to meet him, Lady Rackets, several other guys in Nick's Discord because I'm a member over there too. Um, and so I did dox my face to a few people, but I don't care for those people. I trust them enough. But Nick in person was really cool to hang out with. I think he enjoyed hanging out with me. Um, I got to meet Drexel too. Drexel was cool. Drexel seems to love me for some reason. If anyone has an analysis of that, I'd love to hear it. Uh, I don't know what it is. I don't know how I have somehow managed to turn Drexel on to somehow love me this much, but I'll take it. Sorry, I was just checking a message real quick. But you know, talking to Dollhouse Phil, uh, not only is he really interesting in the fact of what his business is, the purveyor of goods he doesn't just sell a product, he sells a service too, because he has to spend time with a lot of these people to perfect their dolls, to get them to the level they want them, because they're basically building a partner. From a psychological perspective, they're trying to build a partner. They're trying to build a boyfriend or a girlfriend. It's not just sexual. And that's really important for them. So Phil takes his time and helps them with that. He'll custom order shit. He's provided some really interesting insights when I've talked to him in the way he describes, when he talks to people about how he gets, why they're choosing to do this, why they're wanting a doll, why they're picking it over this, or why they're adding it to their relationship. Even though they're married, they're adding a doll in anyway. So it's been so great to have this opportunity to interact with not only those guys, but you guys too. I never would have thought someone would have wanted to hear me talk. So also the Seb, I remember, I think when you popped in a few weeks ago, I love that you guys are here. Let's see. And then Zippy, I saw you comment on the live stream, realized to change the name of the channel and decided to search it up. Yeah, I was trying to keep the Ken Jennings KF name, but I needed to change the channel name to something that was not just my name, so that was more marketable. Because like if I kept just the Ken Jennings KF, obviously the small circle of like Drexel, Nick, and the farms and stuff, like yeah, they'll know that. But going outside of that, if you find that farm or you find that channel name on YouTube, what does that mean? It's Ken Jennings KF versus Ken's Counseling Couch. It has an implication in the name itself. And I've already had at least one email about why I didn't spell counseling with a K. I don't want to get yeeted. I did think about it initially that was one of the reasons I came up with the name, is I was going to do it, and then the actual part of me that has better judgment didn't do it because I didn't want to get my channel kicked off real quick. So also, I definitely have got rants about Tumblr. If you saw my self-diagnosis stream, that's a very big rant about Tumblr. About people doing self-diagnosis and mental health conditions. There was that TikTok video that went around, a couple weeks ago or so, of the trans person being kicked out, and they were like, I'm trying to educate you, I have schizophrenia. And, I watched that video several times, and I'm like, I'm skeptical on some of this. And even if they're trans, even if they have schizophrenia, none of that, and this is a big one, and this is an important point, and you can quote me on this, is none of that excuses the behavior you're engaging in, right? I have depression. I have anxiety. I struggle with other issues in my relationship. That is not an excuse for why I did those things. It's an understanding of why those things happened. It doesn't give me a hall pass to say, I didn't pay attention to you. I did this. I chose not to do that. Oh, I don't have to do this because I have this. Trust me, I tried it initially before I became a therapist, and B, before I was in therapy for a long time. I tried to use it as a get out of jail free card. It does not work. That is not what it's meant to be. And I never let people walk out of my office with that implication. You should never feel like you're getting out of jail free because you get a diagnosis. Oh, I have schizophrenia. I don't fucking care. You have schizophrenia. Great. Let's deal with it. But that doesn't mean you don't have to apologize for the shit you did to your mom or the shit you did to your dad or how you treated them or how you took advantage of them. None of that is excusable. So, and just because you're trans, you're this or that, great. I will support you. I will help you get the care you need. You cannot use it as an excuse to treat people badly. Period. Don't give a fuck. Nothing else. Bullshit. There's no other line. You cannot use it as an excuse. There are the very rare exceptions in my big ass manual of DSM stuff of diagnostic for psychiatric and mental health where you can say, yes, that is an actual excuse for why someone can be treated that way. If you're at that level of cognition, you don't have that excuse, right? Period. I hate seeing that. I hate fucking seeing that. Sometimes it is very difficult in my job to separate the professional and the personal. I have clients come in who talk politics that are completely different than mine. Yeah, I can deal with that. It's whatever. It's when I see shit like, I am trying to educate you. You're trying to dictate to me. You're not trying to get me to participate. Education is a two-way street. Just like communication is a two-way street. Everything will always come back to communication almost when it comes to counseling. Is even if I'm trying to send a specific message, if you're not receiving it the same way, it doesn't matter that I sent it with this type of intention. You received it with a different type of intention. There's part of the problem. Is I need to make sure you're receiving it on the same wavelength. Some people do not do that. That's a problem. A lot of times that happens in relationship with kids. You know, kids will try and communicate one way and the parents will receive it another. Or the parents will say it one way and the kids will receive it another. It doesn't mean anyone specifically did anything wrong. It's just that the messaging itself was part of the problem. So you can't sit there and tell me I'm trying to educate you when I'm not receiving it that way. I'm receiving it as you're trying to dictate to me. You're trying to tell me what I have to believe and what I have to do. You didn't get my buy-in. You didn't get my participation in this before you decided to do that. That's not how this is going to fly. If you want to be trans and you want to do that, great. Don't force me into it. Help me understand. My biggest advice to the trans community, to people who are advocating for trans stuff, or anything that's counter to normal cultural, right? So trans, LGBT, even though it's becoming more in, it's still out there. Sometimes you have to win people over, right? Say you have more conservative, more religious leaning people. They may be anti-trans, they may be anti-LGBT, they may hate the gays. You do not get them onto the quote unquote winning side, right? You don't get them onto the side of support by harassing them, by telling them they're awful people. You tell them, hey, help me understand this. Why do you feel this way about this? Have you thought about this? You have to engage with them. You can't put up a wall and shout from the top of it and not expect them to come back and put a battering ram through it. And then you can't get pissed off whenever they do it. If you walk across that field instead and shake hands and say, I understand we disagree. Help me understand your position more. That is how you help make change. I've done that. I've spent 4 hours on Facebook once a few years ago talking with someone I didn't even really know. It was a conversation that took place with someone I was in the Air Force with in my tech school, and a friend of theirs talking about transgender athletes. I could have berated that person. I could have done this. No, what did I do? I asked questions. I asked them why they thought that way, why they believed it. I provided fact statements. Here's evidence to show this or that, or here's why this or that was done that way. Here's the, I think it was about the Olympics. Here's the Olympic Committee's requirements for transgender athletes regarding hormone levels. They can't be above a certain percentage to be able to participate. Now, my views on that have changed a bit since, but at the time, I was just trying to get them to understand a bit why it makes sense or why the justification makes sense. Maybe now I don't agree with it, but the goal was the way of the communication. do your best to actually listen to the other person. One of my core beliefs is if you can successfully argue the position of the person that you are against, if you can argue for them their position enough to sell it, you have a very good or full understanding of what's going on. Is if you were anti-racist and you're trying to convert someone from being a racist, and you could sell racism, and you can be like, here's why racism's a good thing, right? Don't clip that. Here's why racism's a good thing, and you could sell that, and it comes off, and people can like, well, that does make sense. You have a very good understanding of that person's belief system. If they're in line with you, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. That's why I think that. Then you have every fucking thing you need to help them make the transition to a different line of thought, because now you understand the core things at work. For example, using the racism as a place to start from, knowing that there's this issue with the racism at the core of, their belief system, why they hate, say, black people, why they hate Latinos. Maybe there was crime committed against them when they were younger. One of their family members was seriously hurt. It was a gang involved thing. And so you can start to take it apart piece by piece and help recognize the irrational thinking, the irrational pieces that go into those thought processes, or just in general, just help them understand what the other side of it is. Hey, yeah, you had this shit happen to you. It was horrible, but it is a small percentage in general. It is this or that. It is blah, blah, blah. You can use that in your advantage in selling these things, right? In trying to tell people, hey, here's why, it's a good thing to support, the trans community, or to support the gays, or support the lesbians, or to, here's why your footage should have no balls. You have these really legitimate ways to back it up instead of trying to dictate it. You can't just yell from the top of the tower like some people do. If your footage needs to have no balls, or your footage needs to have balls, you got to get an understanding of it to be able to actually get them on board. So if your goal is to truly get the message out there, to help people get onto your side, you do that through understanding. You do not do it through dictating. Holy shit. Sorry for that rant. That's just something that bothers me. Also, thank you, Mr. K, here about me from Nick's topic, or from Nick's channel. I enjoy listening on the niche topics that I don't understand in hopes of learning something. With that, if anyone has niche topics, anyone has something in this field that you would like to discuss, I am willing to discuss it. I've already got someone wanting to talk with me or potentially come on talking about somatic issues. So illnesses kind of that are there but aren't. So let's see. I was actually horrified about somebody out of wanting happy pills by describing just how bad it was when I had something accidentally do that. Imagine knowing you'll be happy even if it being viciously murdered. So I'd like to know more about that incident, Ryo. That sounds interesting. Let's see. I'm just trying to catch back up on comments because I ranted and missed a lot of the comments. Let's see here. You need to have that. You need to have the thought through if you're going to ultimately be happier being a man or woman with non-standard plumbing. If nothing else, top surgery has better payoff for a reason. So that's a good point back on the trans thing of you have to understand where you're going to end up and what your destination is. Because if you're trying to go to one place and you can't get there because of a limitation, like your car can't travel that far, the train tracks end thousands of miles before you're trying to get there. You can't drive your car across the ocean without other things that don't exist yet, right? You have to understand you're going to hit the end of the line, and that's as far as you physically can go or medically can go. That is so important to doing this kind of shit. You need to know where you're going. If someone is selling you the wrong information, fuck that person. That is not okay. I hate any therapist, and I am doing my best as a counselor to try to be like LGBT affirmative therapy, support you. I'm not trying to say, oh, you don't, let's pray the gay away, or let's burn the gay away, or let's get Mike Pence out here for some special electroconvulsive therapy. No, I don't think that. If the person feels they're trans, it's my job to investigate why. Occasionally, someone may feel as though they have a gender identity issue, and it's not actually a gender identity issue. I can't just say that out the gate and say, oh, you're not really trans. No, that's not okay, because one, I will turn them off to the idea of ever coming back. Two, I really need to know how they perceive themselves to actually determine if it's an actual gender identity issue or if it's something else and it's manifesting. Maybe they're depressed and it's a way that they've been able to get as part of a community of people. Like normally they're a social outcast. They're the person that sits alone at lunch, but they saw that people talking about being trans and dressing as a boy versus a girl or vice versa was getting them a bunch of attention. They decided to do it, and then they got them attention. So that's why they feel they're trans, because they're getting the social piece of it, and they're not actually on the identity part. When I ask the right questions, they don't get it. That might be your exception, where it's not, they're not trans. It's coming out as trans. It's rare, but it does happen. And I mean, even with your detransitioners, you can still be trans, or you may have a different gender identity than your biological sex in a way, but doesn't mean you need to go the full way. So let's see here. Will said, I think as far as Drex, it's the perspectives and differences on life. Drexel and Nick like stories chatter. Yes, I love talking with them. We could go for, every time I'm on Drexel's show, we have to cut it short because I end up, Drexel and myself, we'll just keep going. And it's fun. I love it. I'll stay up late. I won't sleep for, if I have work the next day, I'll stay up late just because I enjoy the conversation. It's fun and it gives me something to do. I'll deal with it. I'll buy some extra Mountain Dew. I'll get through the day. I was going to mention that, Ryo, so you kind of beat me to it. Yes, it is selling racism in a way, but it's not the way I would say would be the best way to do it. And then on the people who treat it like it's a get out of jail free card, they are the people who don't want to admit they're being assholes. Yes, that is actually part of the problem, is they're being absolute fucking assholes. And they think that is a justification for their behavior. Oh, you're a horrible racist. You're a misogynist. You think this, and that. You think, you're an incel. Like all of that, right? All of that is a justification for your behavior. In your righteous path to helping the gays, to helping the blacks, to helping the other minorities, you can be okay, or you can justify your behavior because it was all for the greater good. It was all to reduce racism. It was all to reduce the incels. No, it don't work that way. The standards of society still exist. We live in a society. So until that changes, you need to respect my society. So I've never seen it used by someone who can even reasonably claim it. Yep, that's also part of it. You have to be able to, if you're going to try and do that, you need to be able to back it up. And then if you talk to them, find out that they've been dealing with your assholes, your predators, and your fakers. Yep, that's true. Mr. K says, rants are good though. Tangents too. Getting sidetracked is where you learn the good stuff. It's funny you mentioned that, and we're getting sidetracked again. Jesus Christ, this is going to take forever. It's going to be one of those streams, isn't it, guys? And guys and girls and whoever else or whatever else is in the chat. We're watching. We're getting sidetracked again. So tangents are very important. Some of the most important things I ever learned in the fire academy, in those trainings growing up, when I was younger and stuff, both as a junior firefighter and as an adult firefighter, were in the little tangent sidetrack. We asked a question in class, and our instructor would talk about something, which then led to, well, here's this really good technique that will save your life. I legitimately, when I was in the fire academy, I had a 5-inch binder that had like 500 pages of handouts and shit from all the things we got in the academy, from all my notes and other shit too, because I took a bunch of notes. But I had a separate sheet of paper. I think it was about 2 or 3 pages. Not even. I think it was 2 pages. That I called it tips, tricks, and need to knows. And it was all of those little fucking things that I could refer back to and go, this will save my life. This will help me save someone else's life. And they were things that you might hear and miss. Like you hear it in the conversation, you read it in the book and you miss it. Or you know it exists, but you forget about it because, oh, the odds of me needing this are so rare. So I kept that sheet and I'm pretty sure I still have it somewhere. I need to fucking find it. It just is a general thing because I loved the fact that I had it of here's all this unique information that, 4 months of doing the fire academy from like 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, 5 days a week. And then some weekends, hundreds and hundreds of hours of class, all broken down to some of the really important shit on like 2 pages. So interesting in my mind. Same thing for some of this, right? You're taking complex topics, you're taking drugs, you're taking mental health, you're taking major societal problems, and you can break them down into these little pieces of information that you can translate to other people because they may not want to listen to the rants or the full detailed. They just want the information. They just want to get something out of it. There's different ways it can help, not only for you, but for other people, for maybe the workplace. So it's a great thing to have them. I hate it though, because like I'm coming in here, I had a plan and my plan didn't work. So I'm trying to kind of just pick up where I left off as we go. But the chat has always been able to bring up good questions or you guys will bring up something important and I don't want to just let it go. It is easy for even now with, the amount of people here to get sidetracked and I don't want to lose anyone's question, especially if it's important. So the Sabbath said it's off topic, but could you talk about how to deal with people who are being colloquially hysterical? I volunteer at a place and sometimes have to interact with people who are not currently okay. So can you define what you mean by hysterical in that sense? Because one of the most important parts of this, and it goes back to that communication thing I mentioned earlier, is we need to make sure we're speaking the same language. Part of that is to clarify what you mean by hysterical. Because if I start to give you information based off of what I think you mean by hysterical, I could give you the wrong thing and you could potentially do something stupid, fuck it up, lose a friend, all that. So if you can define what you mean by that in a message or two to say, well, this is what they're doing and this is how they're behaving and this is what happens whenever someone interacts with them or when I interact with them. So that way we're both tracking on that. And then I can kind of give you a better answer from there if that works for you, if that makes sense. If not, let me know. I will do my best to rephrase it if you need me to. Just say so. And I'll be happy to. Let's see here. And then just checking the last couple questions or things that were in. Here we go. Ryo said, if I can figure out how to DM you, I'd be happy to discuss how I managed it. It was a very unique accident. So if you have Discord, you can add me on Discord at Ken Jennings. So Ken space Jennings hashtag 0878. Let me see if I have a Discord username invite link thingy. I don't know if that's how that works. I know there's a way to do it. Give me real quick. So let me see if there's a way for me to share that with you guys. And then let's see. Yeah, so you just take that full Discord tag and then you should be able to add me as a friend on Discord. I'll do my best to get back to you. Same with email. I've got a couple of people who emailed me. One person today actually requesting for therapy. If they were able to do therapy with me. I haven't had a chance to answer them back yet, and I'm not going to answer them on stream, obviously. They also responded with an email a couple hours later stating that The goal of my locals has been to try and, take off some of the income pressure of, needing to work as many hours. My goal is to hopefully get a consistent income from, locals to maybe offset so many client hours I would normally have each week. I will just, instead of seeing clients on those days and times, I'm just going to record videos. I'm just going to put out content. Like I've got several short videos, like the hashtag shorts YouTube style content I want to put out. I've got a couple like 3 to 10 minute video type ideas I'd love to put out. Right now, one of the things I know I can do, and I hate to say it like I'm sounding lazy, one of the things I know I can do to put out content is stream. There's no editing involved. There's none of that. If I fuck something up, if I'm going off of whatever, and I don't care so much about the editing part. It's more about actually having to set aside the time, record a video, check it just to make sure I didn't actually mess anything up for like anything major, to fix those, render it, publish it. Like there's a process. So I am wanting to do that. It is on my list. I just need to be able to have the time for it. So if you want to support me, you're welcome to. Again, I am not going to mandate anyone. I don't want anyone to feel like they have to. If you do want to donate to me, either through locals, through monthly subscription, you can. It's $5 a month for my locals. I don't know if it shows it to you whenever you subscribe on locals, but there is also a $10 a month option, which gives you the ability to do private DMs to me through locals. So you can message me one-on-one and not just live chats or comments on the news feed. So you can do a one-to-one private DM. I'm not trying to like keep people from messaging me elsewhere. It's just that I'm going to do my best to prioritize a lot of the local stuff because I would like to be able to do this more. I love being able to do this. I didn't think this would be as fun as it has been for me or as enjoyable. Like, I'm no like seasoned decades expert in this field, but I feel like I have information to share. There's people wanting to listen. And so long as that exists, if I can get the time to do it, I'm going to do it until I either get kicked off or people stop watching. So anyone, any way can help. I'm always appreciative. I will never be able to thank you guys enough for even subscribing or following me. Just clicking on my notifications that I've gone live and showing up. That really does mean a huge deal to me. I don't think I can actually truly communicate how important that is to me. So thank you guys all again. Also, you have my Discord now. I'm also going to try and put up my other contact methods too. That way it's all in one place. So I'm just trying to add that to my little banner thingy. And then I'm sorry for Tonka saw dead air at the moment. Just trying to there we go. So there's my contact information. So there's my locals. You can follow me on locals. You could subscribe to me on locals. I wanted to do a Patreon, but because I like the tier system, my goal is to eventually set up a couple more actual tiers in my locals to kind of give more incentives for more like I want to do more like locals only content. What would have been Patreon only content to entice people to actually subscribe. Legit do locals or locals only live chats or streams for locals followers or subscribers only. I know I'm not that big of a person right now to really do that, but I'm trying to find whatever perks I can to help make it worthwhile for people to subscribe and to pay for $5 a month to follow me. What can I do to make it worth your money is what I'm trying to get the answers to. So let's see. And then, yes, I got a couple requests for friends on Discord. I did see those pop up on my notifications. So I will click on those in a bit. I promise you. So let's pick up with some more chat issues, and then we'll jump back into the actual topic we were here to discuss. So Mr. K said, on the social trans issue you just described, where people are being pushed into it because of the attention it brings, what happens when the social trend stops bringing attention? I see that being very bad for people's mental health. Yes, it is. It already is. And it can only get worse in that aspect. However, just kind of like if you think about the way it worked out with, the gay people and gay rights coming out in the 90s, it hasn't really gone away. It's become more norm. And so, yeah, it used to be really big. And I mean, it still is to a certain extent of, I came out to my family, I came out to my friends, I came out to my whoever, right? And it still does matter to people. And there's not that it shouldn't, but it doesn't have the same impact as if you did it during the height of it, right? Whenever it mattered and people, when you came out and when you had people support you, like it felt like really, really good, like a really good high. Like you injected straight heroin of homosexuality into your veins and the veins of people around you, like coming out worthwhile, right? So yeah, it still is doable, but it doesn't feel the same. I think that's what's going to happen. I think it's starting to happen to a certain degree with the trans stuff, right? People are realizing, hey, I'm not actually trans, or this isn't who I actually am. And, it's, or people were coming out, like when Caitlyn Jenner did her thing, right? It was a whole big deal. But now it's like people come out, like, what was it? Who's that celebrity that is transitioning from male to female? Female to male, I'm sorry. I think they had the breast reduction, or they were going to. The fucking name slipped me right now too. But like that happened, and like, yeah, it was a topic on the news, but Caitlyn Jenner got Woman of the Year from Sports Illustrated because it was around the height of some of this stuff. So the recognition was there. So what happened? People became very popular. And some of the trans support groups I am part of, or was part of, because I've actually been banned from some because I was allegedly being transphobic, which I don't understand how I was, because I was doing nothing but being supportive while calling people out on their toxic behavior with the way they were trying to discuss the issue. The issue was they were saying, and the person that was pissed at me and had tried to get me banned was basically saying that no one can question someone's gender identity, and you have to accept the gender identity regardless of anything else. If they say they are that, they are that. I argued against it, and I felt I argued against it quite well while being respectful. They were being all hateful and shit, like all the curse words and stuff. But, you can't expect, like, and that kind of goes back to what we were doing earlier. You can't expect people to want to be part of something that treats people that bad. So what I think is going to happen with this, Mr. K, is you're going to see people either find something new that's popular to take its place. Think like the goth stuff from the 90s, 2000s, or whatever. Goth was a thing. People became goth. I'm goth. Even though gender's different than those things, it's still gender's a social construct, right? Because it is. Gender and sex do have different meanings. They do matter to a degree of your gender is a representation of your social interaction, which normally reflects your sex, your biological sex, your chromosomal sex, but not always. You do have exceptions to the rule. So being goth is a social thing, right? Same with gender. It's a social thing. So I think we'll see people move on to the next social thing that becomes big in that way. I think it's just going to have less implications, hopefully, because it's not going to involve things like surgery. Like, you can't get surgery to have, like, goth implanted in you, unless I miss something. Maybe, I don't know any of the bands from back then. Like, you could get the CD implanted in your body or something. Like, it's not the same as it is, like, let's cut off your balls, which isn't actually how it technically works. Or let's cut your dick off. No, we're going to invert your dick. Thank you very much. It matters from a testicle point of view. You got it. Testically speaking, it does matter. So here we go. Next, 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗲𝗿𝗰𝗵𝘁𝘀 public. Here we go. Let's see. Ryo says, the ones I've known where it was valid tended to be miserable when they realized they did, and sometimes it ended up, you seeing your doc soon? Are he your meds? Check. Yep. Let's see. Ryo got Discord, copy that. I think I saw you add it like immediately after I posted it. This habit said, that's why I tried to use quickly. They are generally on edge of crying or very upset and angry. Sometimes they're crying, sometimes being a little aggressive. I volunteer for Traveler's Aid at my local airport, so I deal with everything between people wanting to know where to go and people escaping domestic abuse situations and not knowing what to do. Let's see. No, I think I get what you're saying. Is in that situation, because you're dealing with travelers, is you're dealing with someone outside of the norm in a way, right? Especially if someone's not normally traveling that much and they need someone to help them with it. You know, you're talking about exposure to a new environment and a new system, right? So someone's probably going to be stressed or upset. They don't know where they're going. The airport, their bags, my inflatable doll collection. Like, I can't travel without it, and it's missing, and I don't know what to do. My fleshlight boxes are missing too. How the fuck am I supposed to go visit family now? And so that versus like a normal day to day for a person, I think it's harder to say because you're dealing with someone who's elevated because it's situational versus like a day to day thing, right? It's a situational escalation of their behavior. They're escalated, they're upset, like you were saying. Where they go? You just said how it was phrased here. Okay, so yeah, crying, upset, or angry. So with that, because of how you're receiving them of being travelers, I think your best bet is to, and it's basically what I do in a way, is always, affirm their feelings. Like it can't, like if they're on edge, if they're crying because the travel or they're worried about things, one of the crucial phrases, and I hate to give away the secret to the trade, is something that will matter a lot to people is literally saying this phrase. If they're very upset, whether they're mad or crying, is, I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. That's got to be very difficult to be dealing with. I can't even imagine what that's like for you, because when you try to compare it to like, oh, it's not that big a deal, you just made this shit worse. You need to be listening. What they're going through is real to them in that moment. Even if it's irrational, even if it's a bad idea, even if it doesn't make sense for them in that moment, that's the best way for them to respond. That's what they're doing, whether they intend to or not. They're doing it that way. If you get on their team, quote unquote, and you say, yeah, it sucks. I could see, yeah, that pilot did seem like an asshole. You don't have to believe it, right? If your goal is to bring them down in that moment and you don't care about what happens afterwards, you can lie if you want. I'm not saying you should. You can. You can be like, it sounds like your pilot was an asshole. He shouldn't have did that to you while you were leaving. Or that baggage, the people at the front desk, I can't believe they, wouldn't help you with the issue. It's frustrating. Maybe there's something else we can do. I think I might know this person over here. They might know how to get a better person to deal with your baggage issue. Or this person over here, you said you lost all your maps, or your app didn't download, or it was blocked, or you have no service. This person over here I know has really good information on how to get around this area. Let's go see if they got anything they can give you, or if you can pick up something from the store next door, or whatever that would be, right? Is get on their team, be part of that, be part of their community, be part of their family for that minute or two, or 10, or however long you're with them, because they're going to be upset until they have a way to feel comfortable. If they're out of their comfort zone, their anger or being on edge or being upset, that's defense mechanism for them. They're trying to protect themselves from the stress of the situation. They're getting angry because they're trying to keep out the things that would upset them. They're upset because those things got in and they couldn't. Their defense mechanism may not have worked. Traveling can be stressful. When I travel with a suitcase filled with like a dozen pill bottles with opioids and controlled substances and amphetamines and shit in it. So when I fly, every time I'm like, one of these days they're going to pull me aside and do the full strip search because I got a bag full of drugs. Every time I fly. Like, I'm not that bothered by it now, but it has been a concern a couple times. Like I'm just flying with a suitcase full of pills. And so it's like, okay, this is gonna be fun. I'm always waiting for that day. Or, if you're flying because you had a family member sick or injured, my wife had to deal with that recently. She had to leave town to go deal with her brother who almost died because he got hurt at work. He came very close to dying. We had to book a flight overnight, get her out of the area, get her onto a plane, and then what happens when she gets out there? No shit, it snows in Texas, right? So it became a very clusterfuck overnight. So I could see my wife, who's normally able to she used to travel for one job, was very comfortable. I could see her being that kind of person because she's stressed the fuck out right now. So be willing to, just listen to what they have to say and reflect what they're saying too, right? Let them know you're listening. Active listening skills, right? So if I was looking at you guys and had like video, or if I'm sitting across from you, the way I let you know I'm listening to what you're saying is, yeah, those little words or utterances while I'm like nodding my head or like making body language to show that I'm listening or I'm in agreement or I'm kind of like, oh, I can't believe that was like I'm reacting in those little ways. It lets you know I'm actually listening to what you're saying and I'm not just fucking around. I'm reflecting or rephrasing what you're saying. Like, the pilot said that. Wow, it sounds like I can see why you would be upset. Like, when you do that, you get them to feel like they can trust you. And it's very difficult to trust in those moments because they're very vulnerable. So what happens is you lock up. They're probably locking up. Take the opportunity to let them not lock up. Let them have their access to, be able to have someone help them in the moment. Because even if you're trying to help, you're not going to help them if they're not ready for the help. Just like I can't force someone who's addicted to drugs to get clean. They have to come to me when they're ready. I could put everything on the table. I could give you a miracle cure on that table that says, here goes away all your drug problems. Some people will still not take it. And even if I could force it on them, it's not ethical to do so because I took away their choice. I may not agree with some people's choices. Same here. You may offer them help, but they may not want it. You may not like it, but you also can't force it on them. If you try forcing it on them too, it will make shit worse. So I hope that answered the question. And yes, I am miserable, just miserable. And yes, I do need a co-host. It's just hard because I'm trying to schedule every Sunday before noon is like my fucking goal right now. Cause my wife is doing her work and volunteering shit on like Sundays. So like the whole 4 or 5 hours, 6 hour block, I can just go complete autism with is great. So I know I can block off Sundays. I'm always willing to have people on as guests. If you got a good story, a good history, experience, you've worked in a field, whatever that may be, I'm willing to have people on. I love talking with people. Like it's actually really hard for me to sit here and talk by myself. Like I have to I've been trying to figure out a way to do it. And it's hard. That's why I do a lot of the interacting with the chat because it's the only way I feel like I'm not just sitting here and I've completely lost my shit and I'm talking to myself. So, oh, and yes, it was Elliot Page. Used to be Ellen Page. Thank you, guys. I'm sure somewhere in China they're offering it. Probably not. I don't know. Let's see. The Seb, or at the Seb, from experience as a traveler, also be aware of which coworkers are idiots and or that guy. The problem can be the poor soul got one of those. Oh my God, yes. The Seb said that answered it. Thank you, Ken. Really appreciate it, my man. No problem. Go ahead and to help cover the cost of that session today, I'm going to need you to put your credit card number, your full name, the expiration date, the CVV code off of the back, and your mother's maiden name, just to make sure to help pay for today's session. Also, I can send you an invoice too if that works as well. I want to just to make sure we're all in the clear here and everyone understands. So hopefully, thank you. I'm glad it answered your question. I thought that's where you were going, and I'm hoping that helps. Actually, if you can do those things, maybe over the next couple weeks or whatever, as you do your job, or you do the things with that, or you're volunteering, let me know if it worked. And then also for you as a person, when you're doing new things, it helps to keep track of what you're doing. If you need to keep a notebook, keep an app on your phone to help keep track, you do want to recognize where the changes are happening. I like things where I can keep track of stuff. That's like one of the things I use for counseling is something called, you probably have taken it if you've ever been to a doctor's office, a 𝗓𝐲𝗽𝗃 or a 𝗬𝐙7, right? The little forms that you fill out that ask you about, or well, I'm trying to pull one up real quick. So you've probably filled out at least this one. Most people do this one. Sometimes doctor's offices will do the 𝗬𝐷7, but the 𝗓𝐲𝗽 is the more popular one. So let me show this to you guys real quick, just so you know what I'm talking about. So you've probably been asked this before at a doctor's office, or been asked to do one of these. So this is a patient health questionnaire 9. So it's over the last 2 weeks if you've been bothered by any of these. So what this does is it helps quantify the last 2 weeks of your life. It gives me a number I can track. So I can go, okay, for the session dating this day, the last 2 weeks, your 2 weeks for this number. And then when I meet with you again, I get to go do the same thing. Okay, your week is now a different number. Okay, so it went up, and it went from being somewhat difficult to say extremely difficult, right? Let's figure out why that happened. Or it went from extremely difficult in max score to somewhat difficult in a way lower score. All right, let's figure out what changed. What did you do? What happened? What was going on? So being able to quantify changes is very important, even for personal things, like as simple as how we do things different at volunteer work, or how we do things different at work. You want to be able to quantify it. That way you can come back to it as a reference and go, okay, I know I did this and this worked. I tried this technique and it fucking sucked. I tell people, you got to MacGyver this shit. I can give you all these great things. I've got handouts, homework, different things to do as role plays. I've got books, literally books full of them. PDFs I quote unquote obtained online from a certain pirate ship. I've got probably 50 books that do nothing but exercises, ways to do all this shit. Family, you name it. I have a homework assignment for it. I have an activity to do for it. But it doesn't mean it's going to work for you. At the end of the day, I don't care how you get it done. As long as you get it done, you did get it done safely, and you didn't cause any negative impact on someone else. That's pretty much my rules. Here's some ideas we can try. If they work, great. If not, let's try something else. I know my shit doesn't work for some people. If I ask people to come on here and do a YouTube stream, and go, oh, hey, why don't you guys go do a YouTube stream? I'm going to help you de-stress. And they lose their shit because they're trying to figure out how to do it. They're a boomer, an actual boomer. I'm trying to have one of the 80-year-old people in my office to try and do this shit on their own. Holy shit, this is not de-stressing for them. This is causing them a fucking panic attack. No, it's not going to work for them. So here's the general idea. Come up with ideas for your own, try them. Or here's the ideas I have. Come back to me next week. Did they work? If they didn't work, let's figure out why they didn't work. What was going on? Did we actually try to implement them? Were we afraid of implementing them? Did we maybe go too soft on it? Maybe we went too hard on it. So also, Squelch, is that the privacy form? No, that is that's called the 𝗓𝐲𝗽𝗃, so it stands for Patient Health Questionnaire 9. The number being the number of questions on it. What it does is it gives you a quantifiable number of, so there's answers are 0, 1, 2, and 3. And there's 9 questions, so the total score is 27. There's some other instructions that are separate from the actual handout that say if your score's within this range, it means it's like mild to moderate depression. If it's within this range, it's moderate to severe depression. Or if it's above this number, it's severe. There's a way that it's useful, but it gives me something to track. Same way you need to track what you're doing, especially if it's new. If you need to keep a reference card of here's the thing I'm supposed to be doing to try this new behavior, to remind yourself of it. If you need to make flashcards, if you need to put, reminders on your app for twice a day, hey, do these behaviors whenever I'm at work. Do these behaviors when I meet a new person. That way, you don't forget that you're supposed to do them, because that's a lot of the issue with clients is I'll give them this great shit to try and they'll forget to do it. It's like they come back the next week and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? We did an hour talking about this shit and you didn't even try. And like, I'm mad for a second, but we move on. But it just saddens me because they had a great opportunity to try something and didn't. So I'm surprised you never had to do one of those. Yeah, they're pretty. You can look up 𝗂𝐽𝗽𝗲𝗿 or GAD7, so GAD-7. They're just simple forms that you'll normally, like I do one of each of those every time I see my psychologist, because she uses it to keep track of how I'm doing, because I don't see her that often because of how busy she is. So that gives her a way to look back and go, well, yeah, he was doing pretty shitty this week. The time before that, he was doing better. This time it's kind of in the middle, and it gives her a place to kind of start from, especially when you see people infrequently. It might be a couple weeks in between and you have a bunch of other clients. Sometimes it's hard to remember what you talked about. So it's good to have ways to like go, oh yeah. And then you put that in your notes like, oh yeah, I remember doing the test. He talked about this, little reminders, but mostly to keep track of your performance. Did you do better? Did you get worse? And it's not to say getting worse is like your fault. You didn't do anything right. It's just sometimes your weeks are bad. The last 2 weeks, that 𝗂𝐽𝗽𝗲𝗿 would probably be, or at least the GAD-7, my anxiety. So the GAD-7 does anxiety. The 𝗂𝐽𝗽𝗽𝗿 focuses mostly on depression. So for the anxiety one, my anxiety probably would have scored the top of the charts for that last 2 weeks, because it's been fucking awful dealing with all this shit going on and having very minimal outlets. So yeah, that one would probably be an outlier. Going back to a normal week, it'd be a lot lower, but it's good to have those. So also, let's see here. Let's continue on. The Seb said, I only volunteer once a week, but I'll let you know how it goes. Awesome. Just let me know next week's stream or the following week. Or, like I said, you can always shoot me an email. If you do subscribe on Locals or anything like that, just, you can always send a message too if you do decide to do the higher tier, quote unquote. And then, let's see, who's our next question? Of course, I doubt people last long when they are, but it can be a relief to know that, yeah, it's just not all in your head. Assholes are assholes. Yep, that's true. Some people are assholes, and you just have to come to terms with that. You can't force them to change. You can't force them to do anything different. One of the biggest issues that people come to me with outside of communication at its core is control. Is the lack of control or wanting too much control, right? People who get lack of control and they're worried about losing control, like, I can't deal with this, all this other stuff's going on, I don't know how to deal with. Okay, now we're going to start seeing anxiety, we're going to start seeing other things because of that. The thought of, I don't have this much control over my destiny or my outcome of my day. For example, my wife hates that I may or may not text and drive, right? I do it in a way that is relatively safe, right? I'm not justifying my behavior. Like, I know it's not okay. I need to be better about it. I have been doing better about it, using more voice functions, trying to stay off my phone. It's just a habit. So I did factor into a long time ago that, hey, I have been doing this. How can I do it safer? So even if I did drive perfectly safe to and from work every fucking day, never made one mistake, that doesn't mean my drive home from work won't end with a fatality. The fact that there's no control over whether or not someone T-bones me at 100 miles an hour, I have no control over that. I could have the best reactions on the planet that could still fucking end my life. Some people, that's a scary thought when you put it out there, is that no matter what you do, there are certain things that you could be the best of the best of the best in, and it still could fuck up everything. Things could go horribly wrong. That's being very pessimistic, but sometimes you have to have that realism to recognize, yeah, I got to be comfortable with the fact that I can't control that. That's not my choice. For like a lot of times with kids, like bullying or shit like that, you can't control what other people think about you. You can try and influence it. You can, you could change your behaviors in a way to best mirror or reflect what they want, but you can't at the end of the day force your thoughts into their head. You have control over whether or not their opinions matter to you. You get to make that decision. So they can call you an F slur or a C slur or whatever words that Mr. 𝗂𝐽𝗽𝗲𝗿𝗰𝗵𝘁𝘀 stepped in and said for me, so I don't have to say them on my stream. You can get called those all day, or people can feel that about you. They can think you're this weird kid, that you're a homicidal maniac. What matters is, and what you have control over, is whether or not you let it bother you, whether or not you should care if they think that about you. Are they just not a student, or are they the president? Are they someone really important in your life that that opinion would matter to you? Or is it just some random weird asshole? Just some other dick in school that just not worth thinking about. If that's the case, then, you know, why should you continue to let it bother you? You shouldn't. That's the thing, is the goal is to eventually, hey, these people are assholes. They think this about me. Why should I fucking care what they think? But in your effort to try and do that, some people will get overwhelmed with trying to not care, but still end up caring. And so working through that is also sometimes difficult. I have that with a couple clients. I've personally dealt with that. The biggest thing I ever learned in my life was in middle and high school, was to learn to not let people say the way that people would say things about me, to let it impact my day to day. Oh my God, was it difficult. It was hard as a rock. Like that hard. That kind of hard. Like my OnlyFans level hard. And it was difficult. So, how do you do that? But once I was able to let it roll off my shoulder, once I was able to let people call my mom a slut and a whore and all this stuff, and call my mom a slut and a whore too, and it not faze me, but it was so much fun to see the way that their reactions would change, because I took back the control I had. I didn't let them take it from me anymore. So people will struggle with control. And so sometimes with people's behavior, like with flying, right? You help them at the airport. People don't have control over when the planes leave, how the weather is, whether or not they get their baggage on time, whether the baggage claim ship breaks down, whether some asshole loses their bag on their journey. That's stressful. Oh my God, is that stressful? Especially if you're flying with something valuable or sentimental. You know, say you've lost a family member and they're in the cargo hold. You know, you're taking them home to get buried because they died overseas. Yeah, you're going to have a real fucking bad day. The plane just sitting out on the tarmac because of whatever reason. Because they can't unload fucking places for you to, get off the plane and deplane. So, control and communication are like 99% of this job. There's the rare few where it's not, but I can always tie it back to that somehow. And I do for a reason, because both of those are things you have a major influence over. You have an influence over whether or not you let the things that are in your control bother you, or whether you give up your control intentionally or not to other people. And then if you do, how do you get it back? So that's important as well. So again, another side tangent. So let's get back on topic again for like the 8th time. So back to the PDF. Also, if someone would ever be so kind, or if anyone would want to suffer, and I don't know how some of the people who do it for Nick do it, going back through and doing all the timestamps, because I know some people like listening to this information, but I do not have the time to go back and timestamp. If someone keeps timestamps during or after, or is wanting to do that, oh my God, you would be a godsend. I will reference you in every fucking video description. I will do everything I can that doesn't involve paying money, because I don't have that much to give, right? If I ever blow up, I'll be happy to pay more. So, or contribute something, right? Let's see here. Real quick, the Squall Shade said, would you be able to upload that sheet to a Google Doc? I'd like to fill it out, and you can use it on stream as an example. So real quick, let me see if I can. If you go to, where the fuck is the link for it? See. Damn it. There's a way to download it. I'm trying to get a link to it real quick. What in the fuck? Why is this not working? There we go. Let me make it a bit.ly link real quick for you, and then I will How do we do this? Link shortener, so shorten the link. Okay. God damn it. Stop being a piece of shit. There we go. Copy. And back to the stream. So let me hide. Let me pull this back so it's clear. And then I will make it a banner real quick. So the bit.ly link for that is 𝗓𝐻𝑄9 link. Okay. So there's the 𝗓𝐻𝑄9 link if you want to check that out real quick. You should be able to download the form. And then if you want to email it or take a screenshot of it, you can. I mean, I have old client ones I could always redact. All they are is just answers. What matters is how you use it as a tool. So you can use it, A, to just keep track of information. Okay, that works. Or you can use it as a tool so you can keep track of all the answers. That's one of the ways I do it is I write down all the answers they do so I can go back and say, okay, well, if we talk about this, this, or that, so help me understand why these changes happen during this stage. So there are ways to make it effective. So I'll leave that bit.ly link up real quick. And then while you get that, if you can let me know in the chat whenever you get that link put in so I can remove it off the screen, just let me know. In the meantime, I'm going to try and continue what I originally thought to do today because we haven't even gotten to the drugs yet. We have to make sure we raid that drug supply before we kick off today, right? So let's talk some more drugs. So back on the neurotransmitters, right? So many of the currently available antidepressants, I guess let's break my pen is back out. My pen is out. My pen is stuck in the printer. Anyone remember that meme? It's an old ass one, but it's a funny one too. All right. So many of the currently available antidepressants operate via reuptake inhibition, where the drug molecule enters the reuptake pore and blocks it. The result is that the neurotransmitters released into the synapse stay there longer and thus may have a greater effect on the postsynaptic neuron. Ultimately, neurotransmitters die off and disappear due to enzymatic degradation, thus making it essential for nerve cells to continuously manufacture new neurotransmitters to replenish those that have been lost. So that's like I was saying a little bit ago, and Ryo in the chat was saying, these are things that, you can have, impact you majorly as far as whether or not you're getting enough, whether like the pump is working or not. So the way that the reuptake, how important it is, And then if we go to the next section, so across the synapse, receptors and intracellular actions, I'm going to try and skim through some of this. So this is kind of discussed, and I guess I give you a link to this if anyone wants the book. If you do like it for the book, please buy it. The guys are really good. I mean, yes, I have the physical book, but I have I got the digital version off of LibGen, which is great. It's a fucking awesome website. Because I need digital copies so I can search for shit and I can index all my fucking books for things. So as we go through, we kind of touched on the major part of it was the reuptake, how the chemicals and the receptors grab the information. So as I skim through this and then just making sure I'm not missing anything that might be important. And then Ryo, or if anyone else in the chat knows more about it, that would like to tell me to stop, because a lot of it is also how the different brain structures all interplay with the receptor. So there's a lot of this to go into. And so apparently I didn't plan this properly, thinking of how much time this is going to take, right? Oops. So here's a summary, right, of the brain. So neuroanatomy, psychological functions, and psychopathology. So you got brain structure, functions, and psychopathology. God damn it. It does that wrong. Okay, so you have the cortex, which is for higher cognitive function processing. When you have issues with that, that normally presents as like dementia or Confusional states, the prefrontal cortex, which is over here. So prefrontal cortex, which has the functions of impulse control, attention, behavioral monitoring, organization of complex information processing. Where that comes in mental health issues is that presents as things like attention deficit disorder, schizophrenia, obsessive compulsive disorder, and depression. The diencephalon thalamus, right? Again, words. Many nerves pass through this brain structure, not implicated in major psychiatric disorders, right? Important part of the brain, but no psychopathology. You have the hypothalamus, regulates sleep cycles, hunger, sex drive, controls endocrine and autonomic nervous systems, influences immune system. Your psychopathology with that is depression, anxiety disorders, sleep disorders. Your limbic system, so the amygdala, elicits and controls aggression, primitive threat appraisal, psychopathology being impulse control disorders, depression, borderline personality disorder with a notation, anxiety disorders. Where's that notation? I want to read that real quick. Likely but not proven. Okay, so that's why it's there. So the next part of the limbic system is the septum. So emotional and stimulus gate, pleasure centers. So schizophrenia, impulse control disorders, and addictive disorders. So as you see as we're going through this, a lot of the brain has a lot of impact on your body. So imagine in the big picture, like you have all these neurotransmitters trying to talk to one another, right? And you have communication issues, right? Ironically, we're having communication issues. You need to have family therapy with the different parts of your brain so you can sit down and talk together and get their shit together, right? But just each of these little things, which has control over major parts of like the septum here, right? So let's look at the septum, right? Fuck, I used the wrong type. I should have used a highlighter. Where's the highlighter at? Okay, highlighter. So you think I would have figured this out by now. So highlighter. So the septum, right? It has the emotional and stimulus gate and pleasure centers, right? So it's responsible for all that. So imagine this being a huge part of your life and you having something like an addictive disorder, drugs, food, overeating, right? Binge eating, impulse control. So that could be like behaviors like acting out as a kid, right? There's a lot of, things that will have so much fallout from just one part of your brain being out of sync, right? And that sucks. There's no better way to put that. Like, that just sucks. Ryo in chat saying, the prefrontal cortex being nuked can also result in a lot of, like if you cut the power steering or brakes in your car. So yeah, that's a huge one, right? So one thing going wrong, some of these messages being sent improperly, or like going back to the, the reuptake, right? He's talking about reuptake inhibitors. Your brain not getting enough of those things. Now you have a situation where you don't have control over major parts, or your life is impacted majorly because some asshole on level 4 didn't fucking check their mailbox, Kathy, after asking you for the 8th fucking time to read your goddamn mail so I can actually eat something normally and not eat 30 fucking pizzas in a night, right? All because of one thing going wrong. You have one fucking area going wrong. You have one area of your brain can fuck up so much shit. I know it's being dramatic, but when you're talking about something literally life-altering like this, right? All this shit has the potential to be life-altering. And when you're depressed and this shit is impacted, and sometimes it is, you're pretty fucking depressed and you're pretty fucking sad. You know how much it takes to get so sad you want to end your life? It's not good. I've been there twice to where I almost did it. I don't recommend it. It was really fucking tough to work through and to get out of. You know, I don't want to see people turned away from meds or be afraid of meds because they've heard things. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this, is to help understand it. So I'll continue through this, and then I'm going to jump into the med section next if I don't have anything major to hit. So we have the cingulate neuronal pathways connecting the limbic system structures and prefrontal lobes affect regulation. So affect regulation. So, you know, not just being so much like you're showing and conveying your emotions, right? So obsessive compulsive disorders, anxiety disorders. Hippocampus, recent memory, new learning, impulse and emotional control. So my wife and I have dealt with family members who've dealt with this, Alzheimer's disease. So they have issues with their hippocampus as it relates to this. But, you know, just because you have something that mimics, like say you have an obsessive compulsive disorder, doesn't mean, oh my God, your cingulate is broken. Something's impacting the communication. You know, you shouldn't necessarily be worried that everything's going to go to shit overnight, right? The goal is to figure out what's wrong and put together a plan to make it not be wrong anymore. Or to have things start feeling right again is maybe a better way to put it. So we have the basal ganglia. So that controls aspects of motor and habit behavior. Parkinson's disease, antipsychotic medication side effects. So extrapyramidal symptoms, obsessive compulsive disorder. The brainstem, reticular system, neuronal pathways connecting the limbic system and prefrontal lobe, stimulus filter, ADD, schizophrenia. So you'll see a pattern of certain things too. So like these two seem to be mentioned together in a couple different areas, right? And you'll see there's a couple other things that have things that are mentioned together. They like work in the same areas of the brain. Let's see, where is... So we have a question from 𝗓𝗂𝗬𝗂 that's very appropriate and not childish or joking or humor at all. So the septum infects the guys who just look at porn and jerk off all day. One, I don't jerk off all day. Thank you very much. But two, the septum is important for that emotional regulation part. If you're talking about the way porn impacts the brain, that has a different level of discussion than I can accurately convey right now. I would need to get more research pulled up on that and read through it to show you how the septum's relation to porn and to jerking off like that would matter. I don't want to give you the incorrect information. I don't know it off the top of my head, so I don't want to quote the wrong thing. So here we have the divisions of the nervous system. So you have your central nervous system, brain and spinal cord, your peripheral nervous system, your autonomic, your sympathetic, your parasympathetic, and your somatic. So, oh my God, can I please breeze through this? This is a long fucking section. Okay. So this is here important. So your sympathetic nervous system and your parasympathetic nervous system activity on target organs. So if you're familiar with the two, I think they're defined in here because I don't remember off the top of my head. My brain's hurting. So if you look at the organ and gland, so pupils, dilates, sympathetic action does one thing, the parasympathetic does the opposite. So think about that back to communication as well. If there's an issue with communication, you can have a situation where your salivary glands secrete a fuckload of saliva, or the opposite, you get dry mouth because there's an issue in the reception or communication of a message. See, like I was saying, dry mouth, you're going to blurry vision, constipation, urine retention. So these are from parasympathetic system. So antichlorogenetic effects. So that's what you'll see here. And then you have sympathetic system, adreneric effects. Okay, thank you. I feel like I'm in third grade again. So hypertension, rapid heart rate. So these tie into norepinephrine, as you can see. One or the other, low or high. Okay. Let's see here. So there's a lot of information here that is extremely interesting. I would definitely suggest, if you want to learn more about it, there are like online courses on neuropsychology, on the brain, cognitive psychology. That was its own fucking course in college, in my undergrad. Very insightful. Like, learning this shit does matter. Like, one of my favorite things, and it's going to sound so stupid, is, and I use this all the time in discussions with clients whenever we're talking about sleep issues, and how it impacts and how the brain can have such a major impact on your body. Give me 1 second while I pull it up in the appropriate window. Is that right? Damn it. Hold on. Again, this is slightly off topic, but you'll see what I'm talking about in a second. So, in the hypothalamus, there is a part of your brain called, where'd it go? The suprachiasmatic nucleus, right? It's this tiny little fucking thing here, right? This little thing here is important as it relates to being able to sleep and regulating your circadian rhythm. There have been studies that shown that, blue light, which sets your circadian rhythm, this is done through this is abbreviated SCN. So it is, your inner clock is set through the SCN. So that blue light from your phone, from being on your phone all the time, being on your computer, it pretty much takes at least an hour or so, give or take, from the moment you turn off that blue light exposure to your eyes for your brain to go, oh, it's fucking nighttime, let's start going to sleep. So if you use your phone without one of those night filters or red filters, that's probably one of the reasons you may have trouble sleeping. It's because your brain doesn't know the sun is set yet, because it still sees all the blue light. Because your brain has learned through evolution or through the flying spaghetti monster creating that ability for you to recognize that blue light is what it means when we're awake and we want to fall asleep when there's no more blue light. Your fucking Facebook and Twitter are giving you nothing but blue light. There's a special at Kmart as well, so you're obviously staying the fuck awake. You want to get that fucking blue light special. You never know if it's going to fucking come back. They might go out of business. So you need to stay the fuck awake. But that's all because of your phone. All you got to do is turn on that little red tint filter. There's free things on your desktop and laptop that will do the same thing. Use them. Oh my God. You can adjust the color temperature. They're really cool. But just that one thing will have a major impact on your fucking life. All because of this stupid, tiny little fucker right here. Well, that whole thing is important for setting your your internal clock. When you need to fall asleep. When you're going to go awake. All because you're browsing fucking Facebook in the middle of the night with your bright ass screen. This right here is part of the fucking reason you can't fall asleep. And your issues with overuse of social media. And yes, the autism of the drawing tablets coming out. Don't yell at me. Don't at me, bro. So, here we go. Ryo said cognitive psychology is one of the best classes I had in undergrad. Yes, dude, cognitive psych is awesome. There's whole chapters talking about things like memory as it relates to like witnessing a crime, why witness testimony is a controversial thing. There's a lot to grow from that, right? Cognitive Psy was interesting. I think one of my best papers was done in Cognitive Psy. Actually, I think, yeah, my best paper done I wrote was in cognitive science undergrad that I liked was talking about the efficacy or the reliability of recovered or uh, remembered memories of childhood sexual abuse. So it was a discussion, it was a paper I did basically discussing the effects of recovered memories or repressed memories, like, right, you were raped or you were abused as a child, you forgot it, your brain repressed it potentially, and then later as an adult or later as your teenager or something, you remember the information because of something, and it was a discussion on how valid or reliable that was. Basically, the paper ended up saying, yeah, there's a little bit of both. Yeah, you can, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of possible. There are concerns with it. It was basically a balancing act. All of it's a very careful balancing act on that subject. And that's actually a really cool subject. There's actually a topic of there's an interesting issue from the 80s and early 90s of the satanic sex cults theory. Because there was an issue during that time with, hold on, let me see if I can. Where people were thinking their children, people were remembering during therapy, right? This is where this was part of the reason therapy had gotten a bad name at one point. Is there was this hysteria and there was this fear because people were suddenly remembering this horrible abuse, this ritualistic abuse at the hands of like satanic cults, or that their kids are being, or that they had been abused at daycare, or like there was all this shit that was happening, yet being able to find evidence was very difficult, if impossible. Uh, some of the issues with that was people, as in like counselors or in roles of authority, who were maybe helping people who had, you know, they had been dealing with stuff and they thought maybe they had been abused, and they were trying to, maybe get help with that or understand if they were or not. They were getting effectively primed in certain ways. Or if people would answer a certain way, the counselor or that person, whatever it would be, would answer, "Oh yeah, you were definitely abused. You were raped. It was a horror." So they would affirm it, and so your brain starts putting the pieces together. That is a whole. Actually, I'm gonna write that down as a topic to do because I think this will be a fun stream. Man, I just picked the most morbid shit for streams, don't I? It's like, we're gonna talk about this horrible fucking thing that happened. We're gonna talk about how people got blamed for raping kids and doing this really cool satanic ritualistic shit while raping and abusing children, but yet no one has fucking evidence of it. But we fucking took kids from their homes. We put people in jail, all over this shit. And what it was a social phenomena. It was the result of people doing shit in the wrong way, and it's just it's a crazy fucking thing. And this was covered in my class. I knew about it before because I read about it before, but it was still covered. Like, you have an issue with shit like recovered memories. Anytime like a kid comes into my office and the topic of sexual abuse gets mentioned, or they talk about, well, this happened, I have to tread so carefully in how I phrase things. Because I said it on a show I did with Drex and Tim that they think they're keeping as a recorded show as a backup in case Drexel ever is busy and can't do a show. But I was talking about how whenever, someone comes into my office and they're talking about potentially being abused, sexual or otherwise, but most especially sexual, that I have to be so careful in how I phrase things and how I say things and how I behave. Because if I do it the wrong way, I could potentially crush any court case that was going to happen. I could be the reason that kid never gets justice, that their abuser walks free because instead of listening and phrasing things the wrong way, I planted the idea in that kid's head that they were actually abused. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe it's my gut, and I'm deciding to go with my gut and just tell the kid, yeah, you were probably abused, so let's just go ahead and say that. And if anyone questions it, or whatever, or let's just, you can't do that.
I could feel I'm 100% right and say a kid being abused. Go to the Sophie case. In fact, I need to fucking pull those documents up that I spent $100 on to get overnighted, basically, that we never went over to go over that shit. If anyone remembers the Sophie Long case of the girl who was, was video recorded in her van crying and upset because she had to go with her mom and the mom's boyfriend, and she was talking about how she was being touched and it was hurt, and people were saying that the kid was lying and that obviously it was staged. And I'm like, this isn't the behavior of someone who's being, fed information to report to try and get CPS involved to have the kids taken away. This is a kid looking truly traumatized and terrified. And so even if I'm right, I still can't ever say things in that way that would give the indication that I suggested that the kid was abused. I have to ask the questions about what did they do? How did they do it? I can't say, well, did he touch you? Like, I have to be so, like, there's literally whole trainings and courses on how to do forensic interviewing with kids and with adults. Because if you do it wrong, you can fuck up a lot of things. Not only would you fuck them up legally, you will fuck them up mentally because you are now the one responsible for all that shit happening to them. So, yeah, sorry for another tangent. I hope that one was at least helpful. So Raya says, oh, it's a nightmare. I still wonder if anybody's checked the known cases of induced memories from the kids from that panic to see if they've got the psych damage since it's been psychologically real. Ow, that's actually important. That's a really good question, Ryo. That's interesting. I wonder if that's been done. Let me see if I can find anything real quick. Huh. Say. It looks like there's been some things done. So I found an article from 2018 on the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, titled Psychiatric Impact of Organized and Ritual. Here, let me pull it over to the visible window because I've got two different browsers running so I don't accidentally dox myself or you see all the porn in my browser tab bookmark thingies. Not that I would have any because I'm a good boy. So here we go. Let me zoom in. So yeah, here's a paper I just found literally now, searching for it. So it's titled The Psychiatric Impact of Organized and Ritual Child Sexual Abuse, Cross-Sectional Findings from Individuals Who Report Being Victimized. So literally answering the question you just asked. I'm going to have to fucking read that, and I'm going to bookmark that as a potential topic for a show. God damn it, guys, you're giving me too much shit. I don't have enough time. So, why do you do this to me? I love you, and you do this to me. Yeah, this whole thing was a fucking clusterfuck. That's why the brain and understanding how it works is so important to my job, right? Knowing that I can prime someone to get the response I want. Like, I can suggest things or say things in a certain way, and they'll end up giving me the answer I want. It's very easy. It's not that hard to do. But if I do that, I'm not doing my job. Not only is it stupidly unethical and probably illegal, if not illegal, it's damaging to the person. Yeah, I might get the answer I want, but is that the answer that is needed? Because I can get an answer that I can give people the answers they want. Like I was talking about, if I haven't mentioned it before, I have a client whose mom is so convinced he's addicted to video games that she has insisted on it. She keeps referring back to this book she read from an expert on video game addiction, and she's telling me all about how her kid's addicted and how the dad was or is an alcohol addict, and that there's addiction issues on the dad's side of the family, and she's worried that the kid's an addict. And I've fucking assessed this kid now for a long, multiple hours at this point. I've met with him individually. And I've gone to the mom and I said, no, this child does not primarily have a video game addiction. This is primarily a depression issue. And I've been fighting this fucking battle for a month or more now. And the mom has gone to the dad, who I was able to convince or let him at least understand why I'm diagnosing a depressive disorder and not an addiction. Dad's mostly in agreement with me. He gets where I'm coming from. He gets why that makes sense. The mom has gone to the dad and told the dad that she thinks I'm wrong. So I'm working in a situation where I have a kid who's in his teenager years who's dealing with moderate to severe depression, in my opinion, based off all the information I have. And I've got a mom who wants me to basically treat it as a video game addiction. Because for whatever reason, she has self-diagnosed her son. She has WebMD diagnosed or Kindle, whatever book diagnosed her fucking son with a video game addiction that, yes, is the kid using the games a lot? Fuck yeah. Usually way too much. But he's not showing signs of addiction. Me overusing a game, me overusing something, is not the same as me being addicted to it. Am I on my computer all the time? Yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm on my phone all the time like a 15-year-old girl. I literally say it that way. But that doesn't mean I'm addicted to it. I can put it down. I can go do real life. I'm not having compulsions and fear and like this urge to like, oh my God, I got to get back to my phone. I got to make a tweet. I got to make a TikTok. I got to record a YouTube video. I got to do it. Like, I'm not compelled to do it. I'm not driven to do it. I don't feel these feelings that you would see with an addiction. So could I give people the answers they want? Yeah. I could probably convince the kid he's addicted to video games. Could definitely sell the mom that. Probably sell the dad on that too. What really matters is because I sell myself on it, and could I live with the consequences of what could happen from that? Because if I do that, they try to treat it as a video game addiction. I try to treat it as a video game addiction. The depression gets worse. And now the kid gets into a situation where he ends up taking his life or trying to take his life, all because no one listened to what he was dealing with. Mom wants me to listen to what she thinks the son is dealing with, not what he's actually dealing with. I could definitely do things to change or impact the memories or thought processes of other people. When you read this stuff and you study this stuff up enough, you kind of get how it works. You know how you could take like these things like, oh, this is how this event happened in history. Here's how the child ritualistic satanic abuse shit happened. Now, there's a way I could make that work for those same techniques. I could make people start believing this other thing for whatever reason I choose. But one, there's the criminal impact, and then there's the impact of, can you live with yourself that you did that to someone else? I fight with this mom. I've been fighting with this mom over this topic for fucking weeks. Because to me, it is the right thing to do, because it's about what the son is going through, the shit he's dealing with, and the fact that if I try to treat it as something else, it's not going to get fucking better. I'm going to be fighting against trying to climb fucking Mount Everest with a pair of flip-flops. Or trying to wear sandals with socks because it's Everest to try and climb Everest with nothing else. Like, it's fucking stressful as shit. I have like wanted to yell and scream at this mom because it's frustrating. Not because I'm like so confident I'm right. And I did confirm I'm right by verifying with at least one other colleague, here's what's going on, here's the symptom, here's why I believe it's this. Because she had bitched to my boss, which that's fine. You can tell, if you feel I'm not handling it, you can go to my boss. I have no problem with that. But she talked to my boss, felt like didn't feel like I was addressing or taking her issue seriously. I talked with my boss about it. And my boss, once I explained it to her, that the symptoms aren't of addiction, she was okay. Okay, I agree. You know, you still need to address the mom because the mom's obviously losing her shit. But I still have to deal with, you know, the fact that I can't just treat it as something else. That's why I stood up and stood my ground. I Trayvon Martin'd that fucking gaming addiction thing. No, I wasn't going to let it happen. I wasn't going to let it try and take me down. I Michael Brown the fuck out of it, right? So, because I don't want to live with the fallout of what happens if I cave into that mom. I remember being that kid not too long ago in similar circumstances, sort of. Do not want to have him deal with the same shit I did. He has access to help. I didn't. He's coming and willingly participating with me. I'm going to use that to the fullest advantage. I've run over time in sessions because we've been in shit. Not that I don't do that with other people, But still, I could just kick him out at the hour mark. No, I have 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes because it's needed. Because he's going through shit. And yet I have a parent here who's not fucking listening. It would be so much easier on me in the job to just let it go and just be like, okay, if you don't want to listen to me, you can go somewhere else. Or, okay, it's video game addiction. You can try and do these things. Then come back to me and go, well, we're trying these things, not working. Well, I told you it wasn't going to work in the first place, right? So who am I in the wrong here or are you in the wrong here? Like, where's, do you see what the fucking problem is? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but my God, this is like difficult to like process sometimes because I just want to like, frustrating as shit, right? Anyway, holy fuck. Sorry for that rant. That's just woo. Yeah, we need to get some Jazzy Jeff over here, right? Is that Karen a doctor? She should take your word as an expert in the field. So here's the thing. She's not a doctor. She's not a physician, right? It's like real estate or something like that, like she does or whatever, right? So that's her field. But just because I work in the field, no, you shouldn't just take my word for it, right? I never want people to just assume I'm right. Always question. Always ask questions. If you feel like something's wrong, if something feels off, ask me. Hey, Ken, do you think, why, I don't know, that just doesn't seem to fit me. These things are actually happening instead. That's where I go, okay, I didn't realize that. Let's talk more about that. Okay, yeah, maybe I was wrong about that. That's fine. I fuck up every day. I tell my clients on the very first time I meet them on my introduction session, when I'm getting to know them, I tell them I fuck up every single day. Everyone does. It's called making mistakes. That's how we learn. I've made probably a dozen a day already. I'm trying to do better tomorrow so I don't make the same ones. I do that on purpose. Because if someone doesn't want to come and see me after that, that person's asking for perfection effectively. And that I can't give you that. No one's perfect. I'm not perfect. I'm not going to hold anyone to a standard higher than I'll hold myself to. I fuck up. I don't do everything exactly by the book. I don't do shit in certain ways. I'm not going to hold people to a higher standard than myself. It's not fair. But when you have a situation like this kid who is depressed, he just wants to feel better. So he uses the few outlets he has to get some enjoyment out of his day. Do we overuse it? Yes. Does he need to be held accountable for his overuse and not listening to instructions? Yes. My God. But when you're dealing with that, so if I should pull up my DSM, pull up the DSM and, here's all the symptoms of the shit your son is going through, or your daughter is going through, right? And you're not fucking listening to what's going on and you're just treating it like it's whatever. Of course, nothing's going to get better. And I'm not saying that to sound like a dick. It will not get better unless you do something about it. And doing something about it means, hey, maybe I fucked it wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it looked like video game addiction, right? That would be the way I would approach it as a parent. Like, because that's my kid. Like, I want to do research for it. I would want to make sure I'm seeing my kid dealing with something or doing something. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to research it, right? I'm going to Google it. I'm not Google it. Go Google it yourself. So I Googled it and I found this information and it seems to fit. If I take it to a doctor or a professional and they go, well, okay, this seems to be a better fit though, then doesn't mean I necessarily failed. It means that, with the understanding I had and the information I was able to teach myself or learn through other ways, that I came to this conclusion. I was doing my best in that moment to help. The way it moves past that is right. So I take my no professional input level, right? Of I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but I need to be able to address this situation, right? So I take it to a professional, I take him to a counselor, I take him to a psychiatrist, psychologist, and they come up with a different answer. Now, I may be initially like, well, that seems a little bit off. Why would you diagnose as that? once they explain it to me, I can go, okay, yeah, that makes sense. We can give it a try. Because, I mean, obviously I tried something at home and it wasn't working before I got to you guys. So, yeah, we can give it a shot. I'm open to trying that, right? I mean, it still feels weird. Maybe I'm not right. It sucks. I felt like I was real on it, or this really seems to fit. I don't know why you would diagnose that way, but okay, you are the expert. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't keep questioning it or be on your toes. But when you're shut off to any other opinion, do you care more about yourself or your son? You care more about yourself or your daughter in that situation? Because being wrong on that, right? Just because you picked the wrong answer to one of the questions of the 100 that are this test of getting better doesn't mean you failed. Obviously, you care because you were trying to research something to find out more about how to deal with it, how to help your son deal with it, how to help you as a family deal with it. Great. But when you ignore any outside input but expect me to take your input, that's the same thing as a communication issue you see with couples. You have one person who's yelling and screaming what they want in the relationship, and the other person is trying to communicate, but that first person, all they want is for you to hear their message, but they don't care to hear what you have to say. I always tell the people I'm counseling, in that situation, why should they give any flying fuck about what you have to say? If you're not willing to listen to what's going on in their head at that moment, why should they fucking care about what you have to say? Always the answer I come back to. Because the same applies here. Why should I, as a counselor, as a therapist, care what you have to say about this potential diagnosis of video game addiction if you're not going to listen to what I have to say? And you're not going to take my diagnosis seriously. Obviously, that's like my venting, not the way I would treat the client shit. Please don't at me. So we got a thanks for joining us, Pix. And Pix says, skepticism and open-mindedness go hand in hand. She should be skeptical of what you say, but open-minded in what you are trying to explain to her. That is a beautiful summary of what I just ranted about for like 5 to 10 minutes. So I never want anyone to come into my office and take me 100% of my word. Not until I've earned that from them. Now, if after so many sessions, they feel as though they have a level of trust in me as a counselor and they want to, they trust me and they don't have to feel like concerned or anxious that I'm going to tell them the wrong thing. Yes, but I've earned that. I don't just earn it right out the gate. I got to do something to show you that A, I maybe sort of know what I'm talking about, and B, that regardless of what level I know I'm talking about it, it's making a difference, right? Maybe I am a fake therapist, right? Maybe I've never really been to college. Maybe I've never really went to grad school or got licensed, like all the Twitter people say, right? Whenever I was doing the run shit. Maybe I'm not really a psychologist. Well, I'm not a psychologist. I've always said that I'm not a psychologist. I don't have a doctorate degree. I have a master's degree. I am a master's level fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Woo! The ranting and the language, and it's all woosah, right? Woosah. Okay, ready? Now let's try this again. I lost track of my thought. So, I don't want people to just trust me out the gate. It's not safe for them to do that. I would never want someone to learn that behavior from my office. That's bad. That's really bad. So, the hell? 1 second. I'm just checking a text message I got. Sorry, my wife had sent me something. I was trying to figure out what it was about. So, sorry about that. My goal with therapy and my goal with the counseling process is to get you to be independent at some point. As much as I might love seeing you, I want you to feel at some point in your life that you do not need to come to my office or another therapist's office until A, something major happens again, or something else happens that gives you something new, or something causes a resurgence of the old. I want you to get enough tools in your toolbox to deal with most of this shit on your own. That's the goal. So coming into my office and just trusting me right out the gate is not a healthy tool. You should have some level of skepticism in everything, but you should be skeptical of pretty much everything. The only thing you really can't be skeptical about is whether or not the COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective and that you should take them, and that anyone who speaks against that is clearly in the wrong. And, it's obviously a very difficult topic, but, everything else you should be skeptical about. But this is the one thing that you should always never have an issue with at all, because obviously this is something that's safe and effective for you, and you should trust the people who are telling you it's safe. Everything else you should definitely be skeptical about, not this one. So learning that skepticism is part of the process too. You need to be able to say, well, that's wrong, but this is right, or maybe this will work, so let's try it. Plus two, part of it is, if you're coming into therapy, you have to be willing to try new shit, right? I'm going to give you a bunch of stuff to do, or we're going to talk about a bunch of difficult shit. You're going to bring up old stuff. We're going to talk about new stuff. And guess what? It's not always going to be fun. It's going to hurt. You're going to cry. You're going to get sad. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to get pissed off. You're going to get pissed off about the person who molested you as a kid and upset that that happened. You're going to get pissed off that, your dad beat your sister and your brother and threw them into the kitchen cabinets, into the walls and shit, while you sat there and watched, but they never touched you. And, you're going to struggle with the guilt that comes with that, right? All that shit's going to come up. And that's just examples, right? Some of those are very real. Some of those are family real for me, right? So how do we grow from that? How do we move on from that? So let me try again to get back on track real quick, because I am going to have to jump ship here soon. My wife's going to be heading home soon, and I got to take care of some things. So would you guys rather I summarize it with the neurobiology stuff for today, and then another stream I can pick up on the pharmacology stuff, and then we'll just call this a the neurobiology stream was like a part 1, and shooting the shit for the other half of the stream, and then we'll do another stream on the other part? Or do you want me to try and breeze through the other section of it? Obviously this didn't go as planned. I have a stream tomorrow on Memorial Day, so that's tomorrow, the 31st of May, on veterans and suicide. So there are 22 veterans a day. And yes, I said that correctly. There are 22 veterans a day that end their life. There are wounds that follow you home from war that never leave a scratch on the physical surface of your body. It's a very passionate topic for me. I lost a coworker to suicide when I was in the military. He left behind 2 young daughters, and it was sad as shit to watch, regardless of what was going on in their home. Whatever issues he had, whether him and his wife were on good terms or not, whether his family was good, it doesn't matter. Those kids now grow up without a father. That's not okay. And, that hurts. Even now, it's been years since this happened. I'm trying not to fucking cry right now, because it's something that really hits home for me. I almost ended my life while in the military twice. I almost added to that number. And that's almost a guilt that weighs on me. I almost did that. Not only that, I almost damaged my entire family from that. Suicide is a temporary solution or a permanent solution to a temporary problem, right? Sometimes the pain feels like it's never going to go away. It does. I've been in that place. Like I said before, my relationship has not always been the best. It's had its ups and downs over the last 10 years. Those come with goods and bads. That's everything. Some of those lows have been really low for me. In the last 10 years, I as a person have gone through and changed in so many ways. I don't even know where to begin. If I showed you who I was before I got with my wife and who I was before I went through all the things that I did, you wouldn't recognize me. My thought processes were different. The way I handled certain things was different. My political views were way different. They are a lot different now. I would not be talking to someone like Drexel 10 years ago, possibly. At least in the political arena, it'd be too heated for me. Also, because of the misogyny, not the black thing. Clearly, we like the black thing, right? It's the 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗲𝗿𝗰𝗵𝘁𝘀 stuff, right? So for me and I'm not a huge 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗲 fan. Like, it's not my thing, but I see why people are doing it. And part of the reason I've been invested in, working with those guys over there, one, because they're cool as shit to hang out with and talk to, but two, is it gets me insight into stuff I might not otherwise know. And it helps me as a professional grow, so I do it. But yes, so on Monday, which is tomorrow, my goal is to start the stream before noon. I think right now it's scheduled for 11:55. No, it's scheduled for 11:30 tomorrow. I'm probably going to move that to 11:45 real quick. So, because I normally have issues with getting up in the morning sometimes. But my goal is to, go over these different things, to talk about suicide, especially with veterans, and not just veterans though, but because war isn't always fought overseas. It's not fought on a distant battlefield. Sometimes that same war is fought in a family or in a school or in a neighborhood. Those wounds that get left can cause great damage that make suicide look like a really great answer. I hope tomorrow I can convey the message of, hey, you have people here to support you. You have access to resources, and the goal is to help you get help. Like, I do this not only because it's entertaining, but my goal at the end of the day, and that's why I'll tangent a lot on stuff, as much as I hate it, as much as I hate the tangent and getting off track and losing fucking focus on what I was actually trying to do. Like, I did not get halfway through what I was planning to do today. It is my hope that people will see this stuff and take something positive from it. It is my hope that if someone sees my shit when they, have gotten so depressed that they've picked up that gun and they're ready to fire it, they come back to something they heard or something they saw and remembered, hey, there is someone out there, there are people out there who can help me through this. I don't have to do this. That, I am loved and cared about, and that, you shouldn't need to take such drastic actions to try and deal with your situation. Sorry. Oh, man. It still fucking hurts today. I mean, every time I think about my own experience with that, I can still remember like it's been laser etched into my eyes
the look on my wife's face as I held a loaded gun to my head and watching the trauma she went through. And it wasn't something I intended to do. My thought process was, I've been so shitty. I'm being so horrible. I'm dealing with so much that if I just end it now, then I won't be a problem for you anymore. I didn't realize what I was actually doing in that moment was going to cause damage to the people I cared about. And it hurt. It still hurts. I'm not crying right now. I started, but I'm not now. But I want to try and make sure people realize there are resources out there. There are people you can talk to that will listen, and they're not just there to, pick up a phone. The suicide hotline people. Now, there's one specifically for veterans. There is one that the general population can call. The people who work and volunteer there, they do want to listen to what you're going through. It doesn't matter how little or big you think the shit is. Let them help. Let them listen. Just call and bitch to them. If you spend an hour on the phone bitching about how horrible your week was and how much stress you've been under, they'll listen. And that's sometimes all you need, is you just need someone to pick up the phone and listen. And just say, man, that was really shitty. That sounds like you had a horrible week. If I didn't have a better grasp on my own coping mechanisms, that might be something I do. Is I'm dealing with so much stress, I end up calling a number to try and get some help, or at least let someone listen and understand that I have problems and that I'm just trying to find an answer. And, sometimes the people you end up calling like that, they give you the perfect answer to that. Okay, perfect. This is exactly the kind of shit that I'm willing to spend 4 hours on a stream for, to discuss this exact issue. So, and I'm glad this came up. So Squall Shade, first, thank you for saying that out loud. You are not the only person to have that thought. You are not wasting their time any more than you're wasting my time coming into my office. Whether or not you pay me or not, it is not a waste of my time for you to come in there. The only way it is a waste of my time is as if you're coming in there with a specific negative agenda and you truly sought no help. You were just coming there for a malicious reason, and that's never happened to me, thankfully. But if you call them, if you go on somewhere like 7 Cups and you chat with someone, I used to volunteer on 7 Cups before I became a therapist. So 7 Cups is a website, also called 7 Cups of Tea. They shortened their name a few years ago to 7 Cups. It's a website where people will volunteer to do active listening. So they're not therapists. So the people who are there who volunteer, they're not therapists. They're people who want to just provide that support. They want someone to be there to just listen to them and to let you know that they're listening. Like I was saying earlier about active listening, the letting you know I'm paying attention, trying to understand what you've been going through. That's all that some people want. And just being that person on the phone or in a chat room or in a text message, just doing that and just listening to someone when they're going through whatever shit's going on in their life, having an outlet for it saves more lives than you can imagine. I don't think you could begin to calculate it. Because if I didn't have healthy coping mechanisms right now, not that I have the best, right? I definitely have a lot of stress in my life. And I definitely don't do things I should be doing when I'm supposed to be doing them. Like I should be doing notes right now because I'm behind. I have had a shit week. You know how I'm dealing with my shit week and all the stress of that week and all the shit that went down? Talking to you guys. Doing this stream because I need it. Because I need this to make me okay. So I can actually sit down and want to do my notes. Because that's been that bad of a week for me. There's just been so much shit piled on. It's been that hard of a week for me to even think about doing notes.
So this is my way of dealing with it. You guys are the person listening to me, basically, by having me go through whatever shit we're going to talk about on a stream. That's me getting my outlet. So in the 4 hours of stream we did, the probably 10 to 15 minutes of bitching about my week was the same thing as you calling up that phone number and talking to someone either to that hotline. It's just the way I do it. Or I text a friend if, I have the opportunity to. Or instead of this, before, maybe I would have gone on the 7 Cups and just chatted with someone, or another place like that and just chatted with someone and said, hey, I just need someone to listen to me. Just, affirm that I did go through shit. So, and then Squall Shade, I saw you down here. You said you did try 7 Cups. It didn't help. Do you know why it didn't help, though? Were they not showing that they were listening? Were you going there with a different intention than what you received? Like, were you going there thinking it was therapy and it wasn't? Because if that's the case, then it's not going to help. 7 Cups isn't meant to be that. They're meant to just be there for someone to talk to. They can't really give out too much advice. They can give you links to stuff. As of the last time I checked it, it's been a while. But, they're not there to do therapy, unfortunately, right? They do have therapists that you can, seek out. I think they have links to them, but they're not free. Or if they are, I think there's I don't remember. It's been a while. You have to check their website out for their specific stuff. But you need to, whatever you're going into, you need to make sure that the expectation you're setting for it is the same as what's being provided, right? I can't go to a face painter at a kid's party and expect them to paint the Rembrandt on my face, right? The expectations are too high. You go to a place like 7 Cups knowing they're just going to listen to what I have to say. They're not going to give me any answers, but they're going to let me have a place to get rid of all of this fucking bottled up feeling. Because part of the issues with suicide is you bottle shit up and you do not let it out. And when it does get let out, it gets let out all at once in some of the most horrific ways possible. And that's not okay. Just having someone to bitch to. They don't have to fucking care what's going on, truly. But if you get the impression they do, that means a lot. And the same thing is if you're willing to help people in your life, is people can come to you with what seems like stupid shit to you. Like, why would you be bothered by that? Is your personal feeling. But if you're trying to help them in that moment, dude, you give as much shit about it, if not more. That person just needs to know that they're not so far out there that, they have a reason to be upset, that what they feel upset about makes sense to some degree. And maybe parts of it don't, but that's okay. Because that's not your job to help them show. Because if they're in an irrational state, right? If they're upset and they're, making irrational decisions and irrational thoughts, you don't help by adding on more irrational shit. By challenging their irrational shit, right? By saying, well, no, that makes sense. Of course, because they may be freaking out that the earth is flat and that the ice wall melted because of global warming, and they're worried that all the land is going to fall off the earth now because the ice wall is not holding up the continents anymore, and it's causing them a shitload of stress. And they would rather, end their own life on their own terms versus having to deal with that and falling for infinity and suffocating in the space. The fear of that is just so great, right? You don't help trying to change them from a flat earther to a globist in that moment. You help them by showing that, hey, that sounds really scary to be dealing with. Why don't we try and come up with a plan for that? Why don't we figure out a way to deal with this that will help you and your family, should that happen? Get into it. Sometimes you have to get into it, and it's weird. Sometimes you have to role play it. At the end of the day, once you're done, you don't have to care. But that person needs to see that you care in that moment. I try to do my best to really care about all the shit my client brings to me. That doesn't always work out. It's, a different animal. You go into certain things expecting certain things. You go into therapy with the idea that therapy is here to help me identify my problems and figure out a way to work through it. You go talk to maybe a friend at your church just as someone to shoot the shit with and get the things off your chest, or with your social club, Or for me, it would be like the fire department. I go hang out at the fire department and we'd shoot the shit about what was going on through the week or what our day was like. And that was the expectation, is whatever you choose, make sure you're choosing it with the understanding that, hey, this is obviously not therapy or obviously not the way to truly deal with it, but I need this help right now, and that's the only thing I have access to. Now, you can always, go to the emergency room. If you're feeling like you're going to hurt yourself or end your life or hurt someone else, you can call 911. You can go to an emergency room. They can put you on a 72-hour hold. I always recommend, not legal advice, I always recommend you do a voluntary hold if, they are going to either take you involuntarily or you can choose to go. Always choose to go, because at that point, you're not going to win the argument. You do not want being involuntarily admitted to a psych situation on your record. It will hurt you in things with like your civil rights. Go. Because if you go voluntarily, it helps out. And in more than one way, and in some ways you may not realize until after the fact. And in like a personal insight thing, right? If you're being forced to go, it's easy to justify, well, I had nothing wrong. It wasn't my fault. It was all them. It's easy to make that justification. Whereas if you do in the moment, even say, yeah, I'll go voluntarily. You in that moment agreed to it. Even if you may not have agreed to it and you said it just because you didn't want to be taken involuntarily and you just wanted to be able to say you did it voluntarily, you still said the words out loud because you have to say the words out loud. Or I'm going at my own will, or I'll go voluntarily. Saying those words will have an impact more than you will imagine. So you set yourself up potentially for the ability to have the process be effective. So I was going through that. Let me go back through here and read chat real quick. So Ryo said to Squall, do you have a friend you'd be comfortable trading with? Sometimes it can just be you need an established relationship with the listener. And then Pepsi said that 7 Cups claims to offer therapy. If that's true, then it's different, because it's been a while since I've been on there. How does it work? Okay, so here's how they're doing it. And I don't know if I necessarily like it, because I think there's a way that they could fuck themselves legally. But I see what you mean whenever you see the 7 Cups therapy thing. I'm going to pull up my stream real quick. And I'm going to hide your chat real quick. So if you go to Google and you type in 7 Cups, 7 Cups online therapy and free counseling, someone to talk to. 7 Cups is a website which provides online therapy and free support to people experiencing emotional distress by contacting them with trained listeners. So here's where I think they're going to get. So therapy by itself doesn't necessarily mean professional therapy, right? Therapy is a therapy or medical treatment in the attempted remediation of a health problem, usually following a medical diagnosis. But if you go over here, therapy in general, treatment intended to relieve or heal a disorder. Similar, the treatment of mental or psychological disorders by psychological means. But if you come back here, and you click on the actual link and you come down here, and so let me zoom in. So need someone to talk to, so you have their links at the top. So connect, therapy, advice, volunteer stuff, right? So welcome to 7 Cups, blah, blah, blah. Grow at your own pace. Explore self-help guides and growth paths for proven tips and advice on how to feel better. Okay. Free 24/7 chat. Be heard by volunteer listeners and chat with others who understand in support chat rooms. Okay. Affordable online therapy, confidential online therapy, and counseling with licensed therapists for $150 per month. Okay. And I don't know if I'd suggest this, because are you limited to how many sessions? It's like BetterHelp. I don't recommend BetterHelp, because you should not have unlimited access to your counselor in that way. There is a reason outside of financial reasons that we say once a week, once every other week, is if you're so dependent that you're needing to message me several hours a day and you still get it in this one rate, that's not a helpful thing. That's probably more damaging than just dealing with it in the one way. You have to set boundaries, and appropriate boundaries, especially in therapy, is important. And if you set the boundary that there are no boundaries, you make it impossible or damn near impossible to ever terminate therapy. And that's one of the reasons I'm concerned about shit like that. But back to, that question of, being able to offer therapy. They technically do offer therapy in the sense that you can get access to an online therapist. You can pay for it. But if you pay attention to specifically here, be heard by volunteer listeners. There's a reason it's bold. Is if you go into the other sections of their site, probably their terms of service or FAQs, it will define therapist and will define listener. So whether or not that's shitty, and maybe they've changed because it's been probably more than a few years since I've been here, both seeking help and offering it. So maybe it changed for the worst or went downhill or whatever. But, it should not just, wow, that pisses me off to some extent, right? Okay, so Squall said, the person wasn't very helpful to me as just talking. I do have a therapist, but haven't been able to see them because no car. So my suggestion to you, and this is not therapeutic advice, this is just a general suggestion, is can your therapist do telehealth? Are you open to doing telehealth? A lot of ways, so like Zoom, or there's a few other programs that are HIPAA compliant and that are secure that you can do your sessions through. I have a couple clients right now I do that with. I know a bunch of my other practitioners do that. Real quick, I have to take a phone call. 1 second, playing on. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Wife needed to reach out and talk to me about something. So real quick, let me go ahead and. So what I'll end up doing is going to have to end up wrapping it up here. So I'll finish up this real quick with you guys, and then I will break up the other half of this topic on the brain and drugs to another show for probably next week, since tomorrow is my Memorial Day one. But Squall Shade said the present ones are very helpful. So what I was saying is go get, see if you can do teletherapy. If not, if it's because they don't know how to do it, there are ways to help teach them. Or if you need to, technically you could do a phone call. I mean, I hate doing phone call sessions, but they're doable. Let's see. Ryo said, it's your problem that it helps to have someone that close, even if you don't actually need it. And when you do, Pick said sometimes people talking their issues out helps make sense of what they're dealing with. And that's a lot of why I do therapy the way I do, is because I want you to learn how to do that on your own. Is legit. I've sat in my office. I've talked to myself about what's been going on, just alone with no one else in the house, no one else in the room, because of trying to figure out what the fuck is the meaning of this, or that. And it sometimes helps make sense of what's been going on, especially emotional shit too. So, My suggestion to everyone is, and I tell this to every client, every person I ever meet in a professional sense, and I will tell it to you guys, is a suggestion, and this is not a therapeutic advice thing, is to find at least one person in your life that you can tell your deepest, darkest secrets to, the things that make you the most happy, the thing, that kinkiest thing that you're into that no one will understand, or whatever it is, that you can trust them with that information, that you can pick up the phone and call them at 3 a.m. and say, I'm not doing so well. And they'll answer the phone and they'll talk to you for 3 hours or 4 hours. And they don't care that they have to work the next morning. They don't care whatever else is planned. They'll drop what they're doing and we'll do it. The best friends I have will do that for me. And I will do it for them in a heartbeat. Both of them are responsible for keeping me alive. Both of them were critical to making sure I didn't hurt myself whenever I was going through my shit. The least I can do is offer the same to them. So try and find that. Obviously, it's not always easy to find. Always keep at it. If you can't find that in the interim, try and reach out to a therapist or try and reach out to someone that you can trust. Even if your trust isn't the perfect with them, be able to trust them with whatever's currently going on. But it's helpful to have at least one person that you have ultimate trust with, that you will tell everything about. Yeah, so like I was saying, BetterHelp is not that great. Actually, $150 a month is not a lot. So technically, like for example, our offices, we bill out, so our billed rate is $175 for the intake and $150 thereafter. But depending on your insurance or your income level, it will usually be cheaper. So like your insurance will cover so much of that, and then you pay your copay or you pay your co-insurance. So I mean, technically, $150 a month would be technically one session through my office. But again, most people don't pay that, or most insurances don't pay anywhere near close to the full amount of the $150 total. Like they'll pay a fraction of it. So say if it's $150 for the hour, they may only pay $80 of that. And then you pay a co-insurance of whatever amount they covered. So if you have a 50% co-insurance, out of the 80, you pay 40 and they pay the other half. So yeah, it doesn't always mean that we get paid that much. I sure as shit don't make that much an hour. But yeah, 150 is not bad. BetterHelp, like their shit was around that range if I remember correctly. So let's see. And like Pepsi saying, if they explain it like how you explained it to Ken, I think there'd be less confusion. Let's see. I'm just trying to burn through this real quick because I really do have to get going. Something I have to deal with before my wife gets home. I hate to cut and run. Once a week is understandable. It sets a precedent for specificity. You should also be able to call in emergency situations. Yes, I tell my clients this. I have clients who go through shit, even what might be minor shit, like, hey, I'll see you next week. If something does come up, you can't call me. That is okay. Sometimes it might be like a 5-minute thing. Hey, this going on. Okay. No, yeah, it's okay. You got it. You vented. If it's like 5 or 10 minutes, it's like, I'm not going to bill them. If it's 15 minutes or more, that's where I like bill. But, or if they text me a few times and it's like, hey, this is going on. What should I do? Or what do you think about this? That's fine. Again, I don't bill for that. One, it's hard to bill for shit like that anyway, if it's like a text message. And two, I think it would just set, a precedent that I'm here for money, and it's not necessarily the case. I do want people to get better. I'm not here just for the money. I do this job because I want people to do better in their lives and to change and to not feel like shit and to not kill themselves, to not hurt other people, to not, make poor decisions that impact their family or their relationship, whatever it is. I want you to not deal with that or to lessen the impact of that. But a healthy therapy relationship would be like once a week with the ability to reach out if you needed to. Hey, I'm going through shit. Can I talk to you? Or can we schedule an emergency session? Or can I come in tomorrow instead of on Friday? When, I was supposed to see you on Friday. Can I come in on Tuesday? The worst shit happened over the weekend and I'm not sure how to deal with it. Yeah, we'll get you on the books too. We can also keep your Friday session if you want as well. I'll see what openings I have in my calendar. That's how that conversation would go for me and pretty much all my colleagues. We don't want you to overuse therapy because we don't want you to become dependent on it. There is a very big power in using that 1 hour. Like that 1 hour will feel like hours because you get to talk to people into so much depth. You get to know them like you are family or friends in some cases. You hear so much about what they're going through, what's going on, and how they've been dealing with it. It's not just an hour. An hour session sometimes for me feels like 4 or 5 hours. Like I got that much information from a person that you would normally get in a 4 or 5 hour conversation. And so those relationships, too much of a good thing is a bad thing. So I don't want to remove the benefit of therapy by giving it to you so much that it loses its important aspects, right? So let's see. When you say the chatbots, 7 Cups isn't chatbots. It's actually real volunteers. They actually have a training thing that I went through. You get these little, like it would teach you how to do active listening, teach you all this other stuff, and there's a way to, yes, there are chatbots out there, but I know 7 Cups, they do actually use volunteers. Now, if you're looking for like the article section, yes, that uses smart chatbots to like, I'm not feeling good. Those, those little chatbots, somewhat like you're looking for help for, those are for things like that. If you're actually in a chat session on like 7 Cups, it should be a real person. If it is a chatbot, then that's going to really piss me off. When you say tele isn't available, small town, is this like a small town USA thing or a small town another country thing where there's no internet that you can support the services or anything like that? So that would be my question. If you want to shoot me an email, and maybe we could see if there's a way for you to come up with a compromise with your therapist so you can see them more often, or if there's a way to get, because some places, if you're like lower income or you don't have that much money, you can get free transport to medical appointments in some cases. I know those services exist. It's really dependent on where you live and whether or not you qualify for them. So Pick said for show topic, effectiveness of therapy dealing with homeless. So that's actually a topic I'm somewhat passionate about. Is one of the internships I did working to get my degree was working at a homeless shelter that worked with families. 1 second. So most homelessness is episodic. It's not chronic like people think. Most homelessness is not due to drugs and alcohol abuse and addiction. It's usually due to different circumstances like losing a job, unable to pay rent, family emergency. Those are the things that cause most homelessness. Normally, homelessness can be resolved. It blew my mind going into it because I kind of had some of the stereotypes you see of people in general about homelessness. To go from that to, oh my God, I was really wrong about this. And I felt like shit at first. Like, can't believe I thought that about people. And recognizing the difference of how it actually works. So I think I've hit everyone in chat. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything else. So if anyone has any questions that I didn't answer or wasn't able to address right now, you can either hit me up tomorrow at the beginning of the chat for the session or for the stream. Session. Wow. This is becoming a session almost. So hit me up in the beginning of the stream tomorrow. I'll see if I can answer them real quick before we get into the veterans and the veteran suicide stuff. And if not, you can send me an email. Let me put up my links to my stuff real quick. So let me do that. So here's my contact. So you can reach me. You can always go to locals, kenscounselcouch.locals.com. You can follow me there. You can also subscribe for $5 a month. Discord at Ken Jennings, #0878, and an email at kenjenningskf@gmail.com. And again, right now, like I said, you can follow me on locals. I've been trying to post updates there. I've been trying to post more than just show links there. Trying to kind of give some of my ongoings of my life. I don't know if people want to hear that or not, but I've been doing it. Might post little tidbits and stuff. Thank you guys for coming out. It's been awesome. Thanks for the stream. I missed more than half because of sleeping. That's no problem. It was a good stream. It was a fun stream. A lot of digression, a lot of tangents. So be prepared for that. we didn't stay on topic that well, but it was worth it. Yes, I did have a good stream. It was interesting. I wasn't expecting to talk about the different things we did, but I'm glad we did. That's what it usually ends up being. Is I'll come in this session sometimes with an idea of what we're going to do for therapy, and that's not what I walk out of there with. But I'm glad those things happened because they made a big difference. I hope the same applies here. Pepsi Man asked, what time will the stream be tomorrow? Right now, it should be set for, let me do one thing real quick. Change that episode number. So, I hope I have my episode numbers right. You on YouTube. Let me get you a link. So the link to tomorrow's episode is going to post it in chat. It is scheduled to start at, I think I have it set for 12 or 11:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll probably end up bumping it to 11:55 a.m. So probably it'll be before noon. My goal is I've been trying to aim between 11:30 and 11:55 to start the streams. Trying to get that consistency. Sometimes it's up and down. So, but that's my goal. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to hit me up. You have my contact information. It's a great show. I love talking with you guys. I'll go ahead and play you guys out with the intro Jeopardy theme again because I haven't made an outro one yet. So again, take care, stay safe, and if you're not doing too hot, make sure you do reach out for help. There are people out there that do love and care about you, even if you don't realize it. So take care and have a wonderful day, and I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow on Memorial Day.